Hi. Good afternoon again, and welcome to our third annual George Mason University Space Day. Before I announce the first speaker, I have a few slides that I would present. First of all, I am Gabriel Bell, and I am with the Department of Physics and Astronomy, but I am also the chair of the organizing committee and the co-founder of this event. Today, I am going to be your master of ceremony. So first, before I announce the first speaker, I would like to introduce a little bit the event to you. We want to provide a safe environment. To do this, we have here today 3 police officers, 2 officers and a cadet, who will assist you in any needs that you have with regard to safety. If somebody gets lost, please go either to the information desk or to the police officers. We also have a code of conduct. Please treat each other with respect at all times. Now, we believe that we have put together an incredible event for you. So, to make this a little bit more interesting, we have a series of science talks, starting with an astronaut who will talk about his life in space. And then we have a lot of activities that you can see here on the slide. We have planetarium shows, we have observatory tours and exhibits that are right outside here in Dewberry Hall. If you want to sign up for a show, you actually need to go to one of the desks in the lobby and you can sign up there. It takes about, planetarium shows are about 15 minutes or so. The observatory shows are about 30 minutes. First, I would like to thank all our sponsors. Without their contributions, we would not have been able to finance this event. But it also takes a lot of people to make this a great event. Therefore, I also would like to thank all the participating organizations and the vendors that came here today to show you what they have to offer. And of course, no event is a good event without the volunteers. So I thank the 64 volunteers that are here today to help you with the activities. And finally, I thank the committee that put in a lot of hours, often beyond their call of duty, and without them, this event would never happen. So if you stay until the end, you can actually win raffle prizes. I hope you took a raffle ticket out at the check-in desk, and you keep the coupon. And we have some interesting prizes. We have a telescope, a starlight projector, and 2 moon lamps, and then a few smaller prizes, but they are also interesting. It includes an interplanetary passport to Mars. So if you are planning a Mars trip in the near future, that is a good start. Finally, at the end, I would like to ask you to give us your feedback so that we can improve this event. And please mark your calendars for September 20th, 2025, when we have our next Space Day. I am thrilled to introduce our first speaker today. George Mason University President Gregory Washington leads Virginia's largest and most diverse public university. Since becoming George Mason's 8th president in July 2020, Dr. Washington has created academic and entrepreneurial pathways opened or broken ground on academic facilities on all 3 Virginia campuses, helped us expand our computational data sciences program at George Mason's South Korea campus, and presided over the highest sponsored research expenditures and philanthropy in George Mason history. Please welcome George Mason University President Gregory Washington.
Wow. Thank you all for coming. Isn't this a great day? Well, thank you, Dr. Bell. Look, welcome. Thank you for coming, and welcome to George Mason University. And most of all, and more importantly, welcome to our 3rd annual Space Day. You know, space is so very, very far away. But if you look around in this room and you look at what's been happening outside there, you can see that something that's so very, very far away can actually bring us so very, very close together. And that's what today is all about. Look, the power of our collective imagination relative to space is huge. And it should be. Right now, there are an estimated 100 billion galaxies, each with billions of stars, which likely have planets. And that's just in our universe. Using data from the Kepler Space Telescope, scientists estimate that there could be as many as 300 million habitable planets in the Milky Way alone. And that's just one of those billions of galaxies. We live in a universe where we might not be the only ones. And the people who are going to figure that out are all the young people who are with us here today. And so bringing you all together and having you engage and get a better understanding of what's out there is what this day is all about. I want to say thank you to our College of Science. Please give them a round of applause. Our dean, Cody, is here. He'll be out in a second. And particularly, I want to give thanks to our physics and astronomy department and the collaborators for planning and putting this event together today. Please make every effort you can to expose yourself to so much of it. I think you'll find it incredibly fruitful. And it's just another example of how space can bring us together. You know, today's event fits right in line with our innovative ecosystem that we have here at George Mason. In fact, just this week, the U.S. News and World Report named George Mason as one of the top 25 universities in the world for innovation. And that's a big deal. And that's not just about what's happening here at the Fairfax campus. That's what's happening in our 2 other campuses, and one in Manassas, the other campus in Arlington, and also our 3rd campus in Songdo, Korea. We have numerous STEM-focused opportunities for our students, faculty, and staff. Many of you young ones, as you're thinking about what you want to do at a college and university, I can tell you we're the largest, most diverse institution here in the state of Virginia. If you want to do it, we actually offer it here. So please consider us. Today, I encourage you to listen to folks, take a tour, visit with our vendors and our organizations, and most of all, have fun. And I want to thank you all. And as we affectionately say here at George Mason, go Patriots. And now I'd like to introduce you to the leader of our College of Science, which is the main driver for George Mason Space Day. Dr. Cody Edwards is a biology professor, don't hold it against him, and he is the executive director of the Smithsonian Mason School of Conservation and the interim dean of our College of Science. Please welcome Dr. Cody Edmonds. Amen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have to say something before I get started with what I'm supposed to say. My daughter, she's 10, about to turn 11, right? And she is a huge George Mason University fan, right? She's one of these kids that she just wears George Mason. That's what she wants to wear every day, just George Mason gear, and she talks about it all the time. But she's also seen me give lots of talks, right? And she's always interested in who goes before me, right? And because she says that, if there's somebody really good, you kind of do an okay job, right? So this morning she said, who are you following, Daddy? And I said, oh, it's Mason's president, Greg Washington. And she just looked at me and shook her head and said, oof. She said, good luck. And I said, hey, thanks for that. I appreciate the vote of confidence. But it's terrific to have Dr. Washington here. He is a phenomenal president, college president. He has an incredibly busy day today, and so we really appreciate him taking time out of his day to come. So if we could give Dr. Washington another round of applause. All right, now down to business. As Dr. Washington said, my name is Cody Edwards, and I have the pleasure of serving as the interim dean of the College of Science, and also as President Washington said, I am not a physicist. I'm not an astronomer or anything. I am a biologist, and I appreciate him saying, don't hold that against me, because it's Space Day, not Biology Day. It's my pleasure to kick off the third annual George Mason University Space Day, and it's a phenomenal turnout, so thank you all for coming today. Our college administration collaborated with Gabrielle Bell, who you met previously, and you'll see a lot today. Rob Parks, Ernie Barreto, who is our department chair of physics and astronomy, and many others in physics and astronomy to put together a wonderful day of activities for you. Physics and astronomy is one of 12 academic units within the College of Science, and it is also responsible for the college's largest area of funded research. And that's thanks in part to our partnership with NASA. Our scientists are pursuing many important projects to advance science, like Peter Becker's research to avert an internet apocalypse. If you haven't ever heard of that, brace yourself. There's an internet apocalypse coming for us. So if you're one of these people that's always on your cell phone, we got a little bit of bad news for you. You're going to see one of our terrific scientists here today, Dr. Peter Plabchin. He's responsible. He's the principal investigator on our NASA Landal mission. And we also have research activities like Solar Saturdays, Mason Space Exploration Center summer camps, and K-12 educator training through our George Mason Observatory. And many of you have probably been to our observatory and know that it's one of the largest university observatories on the East Coast. We also have terrific quantum science and engineering center as well that you should, if you don't know about them, you should definitely look them up and participate in the activities they have. We're building momentum, and our research and enrollment in these sectors continues to grow. We saw that just this fall, and it certainly, physics and astronomy is certainly an area not just regionally, but nationally, and we see that at George Mason, that's for certain, particularly in the College of Science. Recently, the U.S. News and World Report ranked George Mason University #1 in Virginia for internships. At last count, I believe the College of Science has over 250 active internships going on, so we have a lot of experiential learning that we're able to offer students, and certainly in physics and astronomy. Our science students enjoy numerous space industry internships with partners like BAE Systems, NASA, NIST, the Smithsonian, and many, many others. Our alumni also lead organizations in this industry like Steve Dam of SPEC Innovations, Nationally regarded for innovation and diversity for many years, our university has and will continue to cultivate partnerships with our scientists, engineers, and industry, government, and community collaborators to educate and supply tomorrow's workforce for the expanding space industry. How better to kick off the day than to hear from the keynote speaker from a NASA astronaut that received his high school diploma from James W. Robinson Secondary School right here in Fairfax, Virginia. In fact, if this is correct, and I don't believe everything I read, but it says here that his parents live right down the street in Burke, Virginia, and I can guarantee you when he comes up here, he's going to either verify that or say that that's not true, so hopefully he'll verify it. Dr. Kjell Lundgren. Dr. Kjell Lundgren grew up in an Air Force family and spent most of his childhood abroad until returning to the U.S. to complete his education with an undergraduate degree from the U.S. Air Force Academy and a doctorate of medicine from the University of Colorado. His residency trained in both emergency and aerospace medicine. He joined NASA as a flight surgeon in 2007 and served as the deputy crew surgeon for STS-130 and Expedition 24. He was selected as an astronaut in June 2009 and is one of 14 members of the 20th NASA astronaut class. Over the course of his impressive career, he participated in 2 spacewalks and in more than 100 different scientific experiments. Dr. Lundgren served as commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, which returned home on October 14th, 2022, and has spent a cumulative total of 311 days in space. That is impressive. He currently serves as a deputy director for Flight Operations Directorate at NASA. He'll be connecting with the crowd after his talk and then join us later on in the Space Day agenda to inspire the next generation of space explorers. Please join me in welcoming today's keynote speaker, Dr. Kjell Lundgren.
Thank you, Dean Edwards, for that introduction. Thank you all for being here. So I am Kjell Lundgren. This is Space Day, and I am a biologist. So just so everybody's aware. All right. I have a question for you all. How do you define impossible? What is impossible? How do we define what is impossible and possible? Are we talking about the boundaries that are and constraints that are established by natural law, by physics? Are we talking about the artificial constraints that we place on ourselves based on our limited experience and maybe the influence of colleagues and friends? And I ask you this question because according to all rule and reason, me being up here today, talking to you about my experience as an astronaut, and sharing with you my experience of living and working in space is an impossibility. And that's because about 25 years ago, I was in pilot training, and I was medically discharged and kicked out of the Air Force. And so I don't know about you, but in my mind, there is no line that connects being medically discharged from the Air Force to someday becoming an astronaut. And I've wanted to be an astronaut for as long as I can remember. So I grew up reading science fiction, watching movies. I'm a Star Wars kid. I remember my favorite book. I see lots of our next generations of explorers and astronauts in the audience today. When I was your age, one of my favorite books was Runaway Robot, about a little kid living on Ganymede who had adventures with his little robot. And I wanted to live and work in space. But that was science fiction. But in second grade, I remember very clearly, Mrs. Loudon rolled the television into our classroom, and we witnessed the very first launch of the space shuttle on April 12th, 1981. And that's when it became real for me, that this was not science fiction, this was actually something that I could do. And from there on, I've pursued this opportunity, this dream of getting to live and work in space. Now, big shocker again for those of you that are younger in the audience, there was no internet back in that day. And so I had to figure out how to set up that path to achieve that goal by reading books. And so I read accounts of our early astronauts. I read their biographies, and they were all pilots and test pilots. And so I thought, if I want to become an astronaut, apparently I need to become a pilot and then a test pilot. And so I set out on that path. And again, my dad was in the Air Force. We got Air Force magazine. And I decided, hey, if I'm going to become a pilot, I'm going to become an Air Force pilot, of course. I appreciate the Navy pilots in our office, I really do. And if I'm going to become an Air Force pilot, then I want to go to the Air Force Academy. And so I found a little postcard in my dad's Air Force magazine. I pulled that out, I filled it out, and I sent it off. Yes, I am interested in learning more about the U.S. Air Force Academy. And I never heard back. And it may have been because we were living in England at the time, and I was 11, but I did not let that deter me. And so after returning to the States and graduating from Robinson, I had the privilege of being accepted into the class of 1995, and I was on that path to making that dream of becoming an astronaut come true. I thought if I was going to become an astronaut, I should study astronautical engineering. And so that was the path that I set upon. Calculus 3 disagreed with me twice. And during that second attempt, I was in biology and discovered that I loved it. And I was good at it. I had a passion for it. And so that is the course of study that I pursued. I loved it so much that after I graduated, I got a graduate scholarship slot to go to Colorado State University and to further dive into this topic, so the effect that weightlessness that space has on the cardiovascular system, and studied that for an additional year and a half. But after finishing at CSU, I went to pilot training. And I was still on that path to fulfilling that dream of becoming a fighter pilot for the Air Force, and then maybe someday an astronaut. So after graduating from my master's, I went to Vance Air Force Base in Eden, Oklahoma, and started my flight training. And I loved it. And I was doing well. I was the top of my class and the top tier of my class academically and in flying. But about a third of the way through the first aircraft that we train in, I went to the flight surgeon with what I thought was a cold. And the flight doc kind of hemmed and hawed a little bit and said, I think there might be something else going on here. I think you might have asthma. We need to do some more testing. So I got pulled out of the cockpit while I waited for this diagnostic process to go on. And I waited, and I waited. And I had no concern whatsoever about getting back into the cockpit and continuing flight training, because I didn't think that I had symptoms. But I also knew that the Air Force is a large organization that doesn't necessarily have each individual person's interests at heart. And so I thought, you know what, while I'm waiting, I ought to have a backup plan. If there's that minuscule chance that they won't let me fly, I want to be prepared to present an alternative to the Air Force. And so on my own, I started taking MCAT courses, preparation for the medical college entrance exam. I drove an hour and a half to Stillwater every week, twice a week, and then spent 2 to 3 hours every night studying at a Denny's and Enid, preparing for that entrance exam. And then I started applying to medical schools, and that was grueling. While that was all going on, the Air Force said, hey, we're ready to meet you at your medical evaluation board. And I thought, great, finally we can get back on track here, and I can get back into the cockpit and continue to fly. And not only did they tell me, you're not getting back into the cockpit, they said, we're going to discharge you from the Air Force. And I thought, nope. So I appealed that decision because of this desire to fly, but also because of the obligation that I felt to the Air Force. They had sent me through the Air Force Academy, sent me to graduate school, and given me the opportunity to train to become a pilot. And I had at least 2 years left on my obligation, so I presented back to the Academy, or to the Air Force, hey, I can at least go serve out my commitment teaching back at the Academy. And so when my appeal board met, they said, nope, you are going to be discharged from the Air Force. So that is a tough day. That is one of the toughest days in my professional life because not only am I departing from a family, the Air Force family that I've known since I was little, but that represents the complete obliteration of a dream. The dream of flying and maybe someday becoming an astronaut, something that I had been working towards for a decade at that point. So these are dark days, and I'm grateful for my family, my friends, and my faith for helping me get through those really difficult times. I remember very clearly the day my pilot training class graduated. So this was a Friday night that they were all getting their wings. And it was bittersweet because I was so excited for them. They were fulfilling this dream of becoming an Air Force pilot, and they were finding out which aircraft that they were going to fly. And I was so happy for them, but it was bittersweet because I felt like I should have been there too. And then the very next day, my wife and I were driving to Stillwater again to hang out in a coffee shop because there were no good coffee shops in Enid. And on the way out of town, we stopped by the mailbox. And inside the mailbox was my acceptance package to the University of Colorado to study medicine. So as one door closed, another door was open. And that felt like a good fit for me. I finally had come to terms with this idea that I was separating from the Air Force. But here was an opportunity to continue to challenge myself and to serve the community. And so I dove into that opportunity. And then I did well in medical school and went on to study emergency medicine up in Minnesota at Hennepin County Medical Center. And in our emergency medicine training, we take care of critically ill patients in the hyperbaric chamber if they've been exposed to carbon monoxide or have decompression sickness. The trick is you can't do that if you have asthma. And so I had to get tested for my asthma. And they said, you don't have asthma. And I said, huh. And so I got tested again because of the effect that diagnosis had on my career, and essentially cleared of that diagnosis. And so in my mind, that opened the door just a little bit for at least the opportunity to participate in human spaceflight in some way. And so after finishing emergency medicine, I went down to Galveston and to the University of Texas Medical Branch and did a second residency in aerospace medicine. And upon finishing that, I got a job at NASA serving as a flight surgeon, a doctor that takes care of the crew. About a year into that work, into that job, NASA announced a new astronaut selection. And so I said, what the heck? I threw my hat in the ring, and I had the great privilege of being selected into the astronaut office in 2009. I started, thank you. Thank you so much. I started 2 years of training, learning how to fly in the T-38, robotic arm training, space station systems training, how to do spacewalks. And then I think for all of us in the office, the most difficult and challenging segment was learning how to speak Russian. And after 2 years, graduated and then was assigned to my first mission. And over the course of my career, I've had the privilege of flying twice to the International Space Station, the first time launching on a Soyuz rocket, training in Russia, launching from Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a Soyuz rocket, and joining Expedition 44 and 45 for 141 days in space, and then more recently, spending 170 days in space with Crew 4 flying on a SpaceX Crew Dragon to the space station and spending 170 days in space. Now, I tell you all of that because of the realization of this lifelong goal to live and work in space. What a gift. To see the Earth, to see orbital sunrise for the very first time with my own eyes as we were still flying towards the space station during my first mission. To have the experience of floating and to see the Earth from that orbital perspective were life-changing. And the realization of this lifelong goal. But of all of the gifts of flying in space, I am most grateful for the gift of perspective. And there's two perspectives that I'd just like to share with you very quickly. The first is looking back on that struggle, the career that had ultimately left me to this opportunity. And the recognition that there are no shortcuts to our goals. That it requires hard work. That is the secret to success, is hard work. And as I reflect on my journey, there's nobody that told me, hey, you should just start taking MCAT preparation courses and applying to medical schools. Could have been very easy for me to just hang out at the pool, at the base, watch movies at night, and yet that hard work was an investment in myself. And honestly, I would not be here today if I had not done that, because when I was kicked out of the Air Force, that hard work provided an alternative. That hard work creates opportunities. Hard work closes the distance to what is impossible. The second perspective is that this opportunity to work as an astronaut, to live and work in space, is not an individual accomplishment. Again, looking back across that journey, this accomplishment is really the recognition of the investment of all of those who walked alongside me during this path. So my parents and family, friends, colleagues, coworkers, teammates, coaches, mentors, is their investment that made this possible. Some of those people are in the audience today. My parents are right here. So it's true, they do live in Burke. I have friends from the Air Force Academy that were here along the way. And friends and faculty and teammates that I know are in the audience from here at Robinson. So this is not an individual accomplishment, and it is, on a larger scale, a reflection that spaceflight is the ultimate team sport. That what we accomplish, the opportunity to live and work in space, is only made possible by the millions of hours invested by thousands of people all over the country. And GMU and Space Day is a part of that. Presenting opportunities for the community and for our next generation of explorers to get excited about space, excited about science, and excited about exploration. And so I'm grateful to GMU for putting on a day like this where we can all rally around the importance of science and exploration. And so I'd like to show you a little bit of what hard work and teamwork result in. Hard work and teamwork, again, bring us closer to the impossible. And hard work and teamwork were foundational to the opportunity to live and work in space during Expedition 67. And I'd like to show you now what that looks like. So this is that team. This is that team that trained us, that has done all of the preparations for our flight, all of the logistics, prepared the vehicle, and prepared us for our flight to the International Space Station. It takes about 18 months to prepare us for these individual flights. And about a week prior to launch, we make our way out to Kennedy Space Center to prepare for our flight to the International Space Station.
Crew 4 astronauts getting their spacesuits on, set to launch to the International Space Station. This is a live look inside that suit-up room where the crew of 3 Americans and 1 European astronaut are completing their checkouts. There they are. The astronauts are Crew 4 getting ready to go to space, taking their first steps outside. From left to right, Jessica Watkins, Bob Hines, Michelle Lindgren, and Samantha Cristoforetti.
What do we got here?
1, 2, 3, 4!
So absolutely amazing. What a privilege to get suited in that same room that our Apollo astronauts got suited up in, to walk out of the operations and checkout building, and then to be escorted out to the launch pad and to see our spacecraft standing there, highlighted in xenon lights, waiting for us to cross the gantry and to get strapped into the capsule in preparation for launch.
Good luck. Godspeed. Time to let freedom fly.
And copy SpaceX. We'd like to take this opportunity to extend our thanks to our NASA, SpaceX, international partner teams, and most of all our families for getting us to the threshold of this amazing opportunity to launch to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center. Heartfelt thank you to every one of you that made this possible. Now let's let Falcon roar and freedom ring.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon. Let freedom ring. Godspeed, crew.
What an amazing thing. And I have my family and friends that were in the audience watching this out at Kennedy Space Center. Absolutely spectacular night to see the vehicle take off across the horizon.
The Crew Dragon Freedom. We enjoyed showing you around our home for the next few hours. We're looking forward to docking with Space Station and sharing more of our work and the amazing science and research that we have the opportunity to do with you over the coming months. So thanks so much, and Crew Dragon Freedom signing off.
And what an incredible thing, because it took just 8.5 minutes. 8.5 minutes to get from the ground into orbit, 8.5 minutes to go from 0 miles per hour to 17,500 miles per hour. I would hazard that it took you longer than 8.5 minutes to walk from the parking lot to get up to this building today. And then for our crew, another 17 hours to catch up with the space station.
261 statute miles over the central Pacific Ocean.
Dragon hatch is open and they are welcoming the Crew 4 astronauts.
This is a ballistic entry.
You see all smiles around as Jessica Watkins, Bob Hines, Samantha Cristoforetti ingressed, and last one in we see Commander of Dragon, Michelle Lindgren, now entering into the International Space Station.
This is our Expedition 67 crew. So the reason that we train for 2 years and then 18 months, the reason that we launch, the reason that we spend 6 months to a year in space is to conduct science and research to extend our presence in the solar system and to make life better back here on Earth. The space station is an amazing laboratory. Most labs here on the Earth study one type of science, and on the space station, we study multiple domains of science. In the glove box, Farmer was doing materials science, building fiber optic cable. Here, Wadi is doing more materials sciences in the combustion chamber, studying how flames ignite and propagate in the spaceflight environment. Samantha is working on a point of care system that can analyze blood and do chemistries for future care of astronauts on long duration missions. And then in addition to this wide breadth of science, the astronauts themselves serve as the subjects for a number of this science to better understand how our bodies adapt to the spaceflight environment for long durations. And so here we're doing a proprioception experiment, studying how the astronauts' understanding of where their body is in space for controlling vehicles in the future works out. Wadi is using the microscope to look at human immune cells, because it turns out that we have immune dysfunction in space. That is, in some aspects, the immune system is depressed, doesn't work as well. And in other cases, it's a little hyperactive. And so this type of work helps us understand those changes. Not only do we do science inside the space station, but also outside. And so here we're outfitting the external scientific airlock. We're going to put, we can put science on that slide table, push it into the airlock, close the hatch, open the outside airlock hatch, and push that package out into space to conduct science. In this case, we're actually going to grab it with the robotic arm and point it away from the space station to launch satellites. We also use the space station as a technology demonstrator. Some companies and organizations will use this opportunity to study how to control objects in space. And one of our favorite tests was this AstroBees, where we had students on the ground actually flying these little robots around the space station as a part of a competition. But I think for our entire crew, and for most astronauts that fly, our favorite science is working on the plants. And so during my first mission, I grew plants in small pillows of soil. We grew red romaine lettuce, and we were the first American crew to get to grow and eat a crop in space. During this mission, we grew plants using aeroponics and hydroponics, a more scalable technology, so that someday we might be able to have a whole module covered in plants, providing us with a sustainable food source and maybe a way to help us exchange carbon dioxide and oxygen. You can see I was drawing my own blood. Again, we are the subject of much of this science. So we'll take those samples, we'll load it into our minus 80-degree freezer to store for future cargo vehicles to take back down to the Earth for further study. Now, speaking of cargo vehicles, we had a number of vehicles visit us on the space station while we were there. On the far left is a Cygnus cargo vehicle and an Antares rocket. In the middle is a Russian Progress cargo vehicle on a Soyuz rocket, and on the far right is a SpaceX Cargo Dragon on a Falcon 9 rocket. So let's talk about the SpaceX vehicle first. It docks with the space station autonomously. So after it launches, it docks with the space station, and this represents an incredibly busy time for us. Imagine a moving truck pulling up to your house about every month and a half, and you have to unload everything and find the very specific place in your house to put it. Because if you don't put it in that very special place, it is essentially lost forever. And so once we've unpacked it, we enjoy the fruits of our labor. Thank you. And in the case of the Cargo Dragon, we will take scientific samples and a broken equipment and actually put it back into the Dragon, because it's actually going to return down to the Earth's surface. And so you could see that I was carrying in a broken spacesuit. Here are some of those samples that we stored away. And now we're going to load that into the Cargo Dragon for return to Earth. So this spacecraft is then going to descend through the Earth's atmosphere. It is going to survive that fiery descent, put out some parachutes, land in the water, and be recovered by the SpaceX recovery forces. That spacecraft is going to be brought back to land and then unpacked, and all of those samples that we have provided in space are going to be distributed across the country and the world for further evaluation and study. Let's talk about another cargo vehicle. This is the Cygnus cargo vehicle. Instead of docking with the space station, it actually comes up and flies next to us, and we grab it with a robotic arm and attach it to the space station. Now, this was already on the space station when we arrived. It had already been unpacked, and so our crew's job was actually to fill it with trash. This is how we get rid of trash in space. This is a spacecraft that is actually going to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere, and our job was to fill it full of trash. We took that very seriously. We hold the record for the most trash ever put into a spacecraft, and we claim the title of the trashiest space station crew. And you can see now, as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, it starts to look a little bit like a meteorite. But I will remind you that one person's shooting star is another person's dirty underwear. So be careful what you wish upon. And then finally, we had the privilege of welcoming the Boeing OFT-2 mission to the space station. This was the Starliner spacecraft on its second uncrewed mission to make sure that we had figured out all the issues. And so it docked with the space station, and it was amazing to see this spacecraft come up on its maiden docking with the ISS.
traveling down PMA 2, which is where the docking adapters are on the very front of Space Station, and now you're entering into Starliner. So welcome to Starliner for the very first time ever in space, and Rosie the Rocketeer is sitting over in the commander's seat along with her zero-G indicator, Jebediah Kerbal.
So in addition to being our office and our laboratory, the space station is also our home, and so we like to have a little bit of fun. This is some formation floating. And this is Samantha doing her very best Wonder Woman impression. Wadi is the amazing Spider-Woman. Farmer as Superman. And I am Wonder Woman in my invisible jet. So despite getting used to once you've been in space for 3 or 4 months, you get used to floating. It becomes second nature. But we never get tired of just the miracle of floating and being able to do things that you could never dream of doing on the ground. Front flips, bat flips, or just tumbling around the space station. We're seeing fundamental physics at work to squirt out some water and watch it coalesce into a sphere. And then to inject a ball of air into that ball of water and to see how it refracts the light. All the while recognizing that we are completely surrounded by electronics and that we want to be good stewards of the spacecraft that we're in. We never ever mess with each other during public affairs events. And as I've learned from my kids, if it's funny the first time, it's even funnier the second time.
He's like our professional yo-yoer on the space station.
Oh, wait a minute. What is this?
Here comes the child ball.
Oh my goodness. It is a chill ball.
I'm not sure how I was convinced to become Chell Ball, but it's not all fun and games. It turns out that living in space is actually really hard on the human body. It's as if instead of being in space for 6 months, you laid flat in bed for 6 months. And so the lack of activity, the lack of gravity's force on our body results in bone marrow loss, muscle atrophy, or our shrinking of our muscles. And cardiovascular, our heart becomes weaker. And so we have to combat those changes because we want to come home healthy. And so we have 3 countermeasures that we use to counter the effects of weightlessness. You saw the treadmill, and we have an exercise bike that allow us to perform or to protect our aerobic fitness. And then we have this incredible machine called the ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, that provides up to 600 pounds of resistance from evacuated cylinders. It can be reconfigured so that we can do squats and deadlift and reverse deadlift and exercises that strengthen our bones and muscles. In addition to exercise, food is incredibly important. It provides us with nutrition, but food is also important psychologically. We use food to celebrate, to commiserate. And so you saw that birthday cake that I made for Wadi on her birthday just days after we had arrived on the space station. But food makes the galley in Node 1 one of our favorite places on the ISS. Competing with the title of favorite place on the space station, though, is the cupola. This is the 7-bay window that looks down towards our beautiful planet Earth.
Which I believe are the Pinnaconte Peaks. Got them. Yeah, I've got the target in sight.
We use that cupola for scientific research. Just as Wadi, a trained geologist, is making scientific observations, it is also a place where we will go to just float, to look at our beautiful home below and reflect on this incredible experience that we have been gifted. We will be looking out the window, and we will frequently call to the rest of our crewmates to come, look at this amazing sight. And we will constantly look out the window, even if we're flying over the same places, because the lighting, the weather, and the seasons are always changing, and so the views are always spectacular. Looking for places where we've lived, where we know we have loved ones living, absolutely amazing. And you get used to the incredible sight of the Earth at day. But every 45 minutes, the light is changing because we go around the Earth every 90 minutes. And so that means that if you stay awake for 24 hours, you would see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets. And so even as beautiful as the Earth is during the day, we have the opportunity to see the Earth at night and to see this incredible view dressed in a completely different, in a completely different view. And that is, instead of these vibrant colors, now we see places where we live highlighted by the lights of our population centers. And the opportunity to see some of my favorite sights, the clouds, storm clouds lighting up with lightning strikes. During our mission, we had heightened solar activity, which means solar particles slamming into the Earth, being redirected by our magnetosphere into the Earth's atmosphere, creating the aurora. Absolutely gorgeous, breathtaking, undulating bands of neon green highlighted in purple and pink. And I will tell you that it is the only thing that gave me goosebumps while I was on the space station. Of course, that could have also become because of the increased radiation that I was getting at the time. I'm not quite sure. But for this mission, at the end of 170 days, it meant the end of our mission. And that is a bittersweet time because this feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with this particular space station configuration and this particular crew. However, we've been away from our families for 6 months, and we're ready to go home. And so we put on our spacesuits, we get into the spacecraft, we strap ourselves in and close the hatch, and then undock from the space station. And once we've cleared the space station's sphere of influence, we'll do a deorbit burn, which will dip our trajectory into the Earth's atmosphere because we've got to slow down from 17,500 miles per hour to 0 in order to get home safely. And so we use the Earth's atmosphere to slow us down. We slam into these atmospheric molecules, stripping off electrons, which ultimately results us in descending in a fireball surrounded by plasma. But the Earth's atmosphere slows us down enough that we can put out our drogue chutes. And that helps us achieve the right attitude and slows us down enough then to put out our main parachutes. And I can tell you that there is no more beautiful sight in the world when you're hurtling towards the Earth than 4 big, bright, orange and white main parachutes to lower you down to the Earth's surface. We landed in the Atlantic, the first NASA crew to land in the Atlantic since Apollo 9 on an absolutely beautiful day. It was 72 degrees in the space station when we left, and it was 72 degrees on the Earth's surface on incredibly calm seas. We were being rigged by the recovery team within minutes and pulled onto the deck of the recovery ship within an hour. And we all have an absolutely pristine memory of when the flight surgeon opened up the hatch and we've got that first breath of fresh Earth air. And within moments, they were pulling us out of the spacecraft, moved us into the medical bay, got us out of our spacesuits, then put us onto a helicopter, and then that helicopter took us to a regional airport, and then we got off that into the NASA jet, which brought us back to Ellington Field and Johnson Space Center. So that with just just 6 hours after landing on the Earth and 12 hours of being in space, we were back in the arms of our friends and family. I want to thank GMU. I want to thank President Washington, Dr. Bell, and Dean Edwards, and all of you in the departments of science and astronomy, and all of you for being here today. Again, it takes a team to pull off leadership in space and to do the exploration of low Earth orbit, the moon, and the solar system. We are so grateful for your support and thankful for you being here today. So thank you so much. So I know that we are a little bit behind schedule, but we still wanted to do a few minutes of questions. So if anybody has any questions, there are microphones. It looks like a couple of microphones in the audience. I'm happy to answer questions for a few minutes. And I think after this, if you're interested in meeting, we can take pictures. Just next door, there's a place where we can meet up for a bit. Any questions?
Longtime family friend and super proud. But we were talking earlier about what's it like for the crew that is still up there that's not supposed to be up there.
Yep. Yeah, so some of you may actually be aware, and I was going to say again, GMU's influence is pretty amazing that NASA scheduled a launch just for today. So Crew 9 launched just today at 1:17 on their trip to the International Space Station. I think it was to honor GMU Space Day, so congratulations on that. That's amazing. But the question was about the crew that's up there right now. So we sent a crew of 2 on a Boeing Starliner test mission. So you'll recall from the video presentation that we welcomed a test flight to the space station with no crew, and we sent a crew up to the space station, Butch and Sonny, good friends of mine, to the space station to test out the Boeing Starliner. That mission was scheduled for 8 days. They've now been in space for several months, and they will not come home for 6 more months. So that's a big change. I think any of us would agree that when you expect to go on a 1-week trip and it turns into 8 months, that is a challenge to you, that's a challenge to your family. But I will say that I have talked with them, and they're absolutely ecstatic to be up there. It's a huge adjustment, but this is what we train for. This is what we do, is to fly on rockets and to live and work in space. And so I think one of the things that we really look for in our crew members addresses this issue specifically, and that is adaptability. We expect technical excellence, we expect professionalism, but we really seek out adaptability, because the truth of spaceflight is that we always make a plan, but the plan always changes every single time. For both of my missions, neither of my missions were as long or as short as I was expecting. For both of them, the plan changed dramatically. And so that is something that our crew members simply have to adjust to and deal with. And they are incredible astronauts. They are veteran space flyers. And I know that they're going to do a great job for us over the next 6 months. Thank you.
Yes, I've got a question. When you came back to Earth, when you stepped out of the
spacecraft.
The spacecraft.
Capsule, yep.
How did you feel? I mean, you're now in gravity. All that weight of the gravity's on you now. Did you feel lightheaded, physically unable to keep yourself up? And then how long did it take for you to recuperate?
Yeah, great question. So our bodies adapt to being in space, and then our bodies have to readapt to gravity. And the different systems of the body take different amount of times to readapt. When we first arrived back on Earth, very few people would be able to just stand up immediately. But give them about 10 minutes, and they could probably stand with assistance. Give them an hour, they could stand without assistance. Give them 6 hours, they are able to walk without assistance. So we grow up, we live in this environment, and we readapt to it very quickly. So from a strength perspective, most of us come back stronger and fitter than when we left. So it's not a strength issue. It is simply the brain adjusting to how hard do I have to work in order to maintain an upright posture. So from a musculoskeletal standpoint, it takes about 30 to 45 days for all the aches and pains to go away. It takes about a week and a half for our sense of balance to return. But the bottom line is that gravity is a bummer, but we just have to get used to it. So thank you, great question. And let's see this right over here on the left side. Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh.
Weren't you at all worried about the air?
Was I worried about the air on the space station?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it run out?
Hey, that's a great question. And so we have incredible engineers and designers here on the ground that have to help us to figure out all the things that we need to live in space. Because you are absolutely right. There is no air in space. The temperatures go from negative 350 degrees in the shadow to positive 350 degrees in the sunlight, like being in an oven, literally. And so it is inhospitable. Without the right equipment and the right vehicle, we would not be able to survive. And so our engineers have figured out how much air we need to breathe for the number of people and the amount of time that we want to spend up there. They figure out how to make oxygen, how to scrub away the bad air, the carbon dioxide. They figure out how much water and food that we need. So they do an amazing job. And that's why it takes a team for us to be able to fly in space. We have astronauts, we have scientists, we have engineers, we have teachers, instructors, all part of the team that make it possible. So great question, thank you.
How does it first feel when you launch out of the Earth?
How did it feel when I first launched from the Earth? It was amazing because it represented the very beginning of this incredible journey of flying in space, something that I had dreamed of doing since I was about your age. And so sometimes people ask, well, weren't you afraid? You're sitting on top of a controlled explosion. And I will say that fear is our response to the unknown. We fear the unknown. And the purpose of training and practice is to shine a light on all of those unknowns so that in any given circumstance, if something happens, we know how to deal with it. All the things that within our control, we are trained to deal with. And so by knowing that and having practiced it, it takes away the unknown and takes away the fear. And so I was completely at peace sitting on the top of that rocket, getting ready to fly, and I'm really grateful for it because it meant that instead of being scared or afraid, that I could enjoy the experience. And I'm really glad that I got to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, there are more questions, but Dr. Lindgren is going to be here until 7:30. So we have a meet and greet in the Gold Room. So if you leave through those doors, there's opposite those doors, there is a room, and Dr. Lindgren will be there for an hour. So you can get your picture taken. You can also ask him any questions that you have. And then, of course, we have still the panel discussion that, of course, now is delayed a little bit. So probably it will start at 7:30 or so instead of ending at 7:30. So Dr. Lindgren will also be part of the panel. So please do not all leave at the same time and don't be disappointed if you have to stop the questions now. You will get another chance with him. Thank you so much, Dr. Lindgren. Please accept this token of appreciation from the university, and thank you for coming here. It was an amazing presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your attention and enthusiasm, and I hope to see you here later today. Thank you.
I'm just kidding. Engineer at NASA Langley Research Center, and is part of a team responsible for analyzing the aerodynamics of the Space Launch System. This vehicle will propel a crewed Orion capsule to the moon on future Artemis missions. His efforts include supporting large-scale wind tunnel tests, which predict the aerodynamic environments experienced by the SLS vehicle during ascent through the atmosphere. Dr. Gusha also supported Artemis 1 pre-flight and launch activities to characterize and collect developmental flight instrumentation data. He was also a professor at the Manhattan College of Mechanical Engineering. Please help me welcome Dr. Gusha.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank GMU College of Science for allowing me to be part of this amazing event. And I'd like to thank all of you for attending my event, my talk. I'm really glad that Mike didn't ask me who's going to go in front of me today in the morning. All right. So, as was mentioned, my name is Oleg Gusha, and I'm a research engineer at NASA Langley Research Center. And I traveled today about 4 hours via train to talk to you about the return to the moon through the Artemis program and some of the efforts that are ongoing at Langley to support this mission. A little bit of background. Between 1968 and 1972, we launched 9 crewed missions to the moon. Of those 9 missions, 6 of them actually landed astronauts onto the lunar surface. This was done through the Apollo program. Now, if you look at the mythology, Apollo is a god, and it's a very complex god who had a lot of responsibilities. It was god of dancing, sun, and light. Probably sun is more relevant here. And was a son of Zeus, but also had a twin sister, and her name was Artemis. So Artemis is a goddess of nature, exploration, hunting, and although 50 years after Apollo, it is her turn now to take us to the moon. So stepping away from the mythology, what is Artemis? Artemis is a giant NASA program that is designed, it cannot be described by a single launch or a single rocket or a single mission. It is designed to build infrastructure here on Earth and in space for humans to continuously be present around the moon. So we're building new rockets, we're building new spaceships, we're building a lot of space hardware, including the space station that will orbit the moon. We're also updating infrastructure here on Earth. We're building new communication systems, we're building new facilities on the ground, and we're building new wind tunnels that I'll talk about today. So we can talk about each and every one of these in great detail, but I will focus on the Space Launch System. This is what my primary work is. So I want to introduce to you the Space Launch System. At the time of its maiden voyage, it was the most powerful rocket in the world. It stands 322 feet tall. And in here, it's pictured on its way from the vehicle assembly building to the launch pad, and it's being transported using the mobile launcher. So you can see here, the completely assembled vehicle is stacked on the mobile launcher, and it's being carried using the crawler. That's the same crawler that used to transport space shuttles from the assembly building to the launch pad. It travels at a whopping speed of 1 mile an hour, and it takes 11 hours to complete a journey that's about 4.5 miles long. So talk about traffic. Now, it is fully fueled. It weighs 5.75 million pounds. It produces 8.5 million pounds of thrust, and it can take 150,000, 160,000 pounds of cargo to the low Earth orbit. That's where the ISS is parked. Or if we're traveling to the moon, we need a lot more energy. We can only take about 40 or 60,000 pounds of cargo. Now, that's a lot of numbers, so let me convert everything to elephants. We can take about 11 to 12 fully grown elephants to the lower Earth orbit, or about 4 or 5 fully grown elephants to the moon. Now, I also checked the manifest for future lunar missions. There's no elephants flying onto the moon. We're going to keep them here. In this picture, I'm comparing some of the previous launch vehicles and a Statue of Liberty, again, to showcase the size of this vehicle. On the far left, we have the Saturn rocket. This is what we used for the Apollo era. In the middle, I have 2 configurations of the Space Launch System. That's what we currently are flying. And also, I'm showing a picture of myself with my pet animal and the space shuttle. You can see also that the space shuttle has some similarities with the Space Launch System. For example, these white boosters that you see on either side, and also the orange tank. So let's talk about some of these similarities. Here's what the Space Launch System consists of. Starting at the very top, we have the Orion crew module and the launch abort system. The Orion crew module is designed to carry 4 astronauts through their journey into space, and is 30% bigger than the crew module that we used for the Apollo mission. It is designed to accommodate 99.9% of all the human population, meaning that you can be short or you can be as tall as 6 foot 5 inches and still be comfortably living in this module. Now, the sheer size of it required some technological advances, and one of the most notable ones is the heat shield. So in the talk before, we said that when we're coming back from ISS, we're traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. When we're coming from Earth, we're traveling at 25,000 miles an hour. That means we're going to fly from New York to LA in 6 minutes, as opposed to 6 hours that it currently takes using commercial airliner. So to slow us down, we dip into the atmosphere, and the friction between the air and the vehicle slows us down. It also generates enormous amounts of heat. In fact, the temperatures that we're seeing is about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's half of the temperature of the surface of the sun. Below that, we have European provided service module. Your service module provides heat, water, air, electricity, and everything that we need for the crew to survive. And on the top of this entire stack is the launch abort system. This is a safety mechanism in case something is about to happen to the vehicle where we need to take the crew to safety. The crew module separates from the vehicle somewhere here, and the motors on the launch abort system fire and take the crew away from the vehicle to safety within milliseconds. And then the crew module lands on the surface of the Earth using parachutes. So if you look at this picture, everything on top here is designed for the crew. Everything else in this schematic here is fuel that we need to take us to the moon. So let's talk about the propulsion system. I mentioned these boosters before. These are very similar to the ones we used on the shuttle. In fact, they're made of the same segments that we used on the shuttle. On the shuttle, we had 4 segments. Here, we have 5 segments. So these boosters are more powerful than the ones in the shuttle. In fact, they produce 70% of all the thrust that we need to lift off from Earth. We burn them for 2 minutes, and after we're done burning them, they're essentially dead weight to us, so they separate, and we have booster separation. They fall back to Earth. In the middle, we have what's called the core stage. The core stage also has engines. It has 4 RS-25 engines. These are also the same engines that we used on the Space Shuttle Orbiter. The core stage uses liquid fuel, so we fill it up with liquid hydrogen, and we also need to bring in our own oxygen because in space there is no oxygen. So the core stage fires for 8 minutes. So we have 2 minutes, we fire the boosters, and then 6 more minutes, we run on the core stage. After that, it separates, and we have the Orion and the being powered by second stage on its journey through space. So the way we stack it at this vehicle assembly building, so I'm going to show you what a space garage looks like. We first roll in the mobile launcher, so there is a tower with the elevator shafts and all the mechanical and hydraulic and electrical connections we need to perform the launch. And we start stacking the boosters first. Boosters are the only components that are actually mechanically connected onto the launch pad. Then we lower the core in the middle, and the core hangs. It hangs on the 2 bolts that are attaching it to the boosters. And finally, we lower our second stage and the crew module, Orion, and the launch abort system. So again, here's a fully stacked vehicle on the mobile launcher being moved to the launch pad. Now, let me tell you, when this many engineers and scientists and researchers spend this many hours working on this vehicle, to us, it becomes more than just a mechanical system. To us, it is almost a living creature. It breathes, it communicates with us with different data streams, and indeed it has a soul. So let me ask you this. We stack this vehicle, but us, engineers, how can we make sure that the vehicle will ascend through the atmosphere safely and that the crew will get to this travel to space safely? Let's first talk about what the crew might experience or will experience during the launch and its ascent to space. Here I'm showing the accelerometer, so essentially vibration of one of the components inside the rocket. I promise you this is the only scientific chart. So this is acceleration, vibration. The higher the amplitude of these blue lines, the more vibration the vehicle experiences. And I'm plotting it against time at the bottom. I'm indicating T0. T0 is our liftoff time. It's officially defined as the time when we first see the first flame from one of the boosters. Before liftoff, everything is pretty quiet. And then you see this first spike of vibration. This is our RS-25 engines starting. So they're liquid-propelled engines, so they need a couple of seconds to spool up to 100%. That causes vibration. Then our boosters fire, and we see a large peak here of vibration. The ignition of the boosters is a very violent event. It produces shock waves that bounce off the ground and then can travel back over the vehicle, shaking it and vibrating it. In fact, if you saw the launch video before, we put a lot of water on the launch pad. That water is primarily designed to dampen some of these initial ignition shocks there. And then we have relatively quiet period of flight, and then the aerodynamics starts picking up. Similarly to you driving in the car faster on the freeway behind a semi-truck, not only you can hear the wind going over the vehicle, but if you're behind a semi-truck, you can also feel the shaking of the vehicle because the air is pushing on your car. So let me ask you this. We're continuously accelerating, but after this point, we can see that the vibrations start to die down. Why is that? I see a couple of hands. Yeah. The atmosphere is running out. The air becomes more and more rarefied, and we have not enough air molecules that are pushing on the vehicle. Thank you. So for us, aerodynamicists, we have to predict about 10 to 20 seconds worth of flight and make sure that we can pass this threshold. Here's 101 aerodynamics. We have undisturbed vehicle on the left, and I put 4 pressure points, maybe 3 pressure points, and 1 suction point. You can see that vehicle will bend. Now we have to pass this pressure information to the structures folks, and I have to design the vehicle to be strong enough to withstand that shaking and vibration. They cannot over-design this vehicle because then it'll be so heavy that you won't be able to lift off. And in real world, the aerodynamics, not simply these 4 arrows, it is this very complicated pressure field, where in pineapple yellow, I'm showing the pressure positive towards the vehicle, and the blue indicates the suction, right? So this was obtained from one of our experiments. We painted the model with a pressure-sensitive paint. I'll talk about it in just a second. So you can see that it's a very complex field, and we have to predict it somehow. So how do we do it? Well, we use what's called the wind tunnels. What is a wind tunnel? It's a tunnel that has wind. And this is one of the wind tunnels we're using at NASA Langley Center. We use various wind tunnels around the country. It's called a closed-circuit wind tunnel. It is, the wind itself is being driven by a giant fan. So similar to the fan that you have in your ceiling that is meant to blow air and keep you cool. Well, we have a giant fan that blows a lot of air. So here's there's a technician here standing in front of the blaze just to give you the scale. The air then makes 2 turns. There is a test section right here, and then we have 2 more turns, and the air gets recycled back to the fan. So in the test section, that's where we put a very detailed model of our vehicle. So you can, if you look at this model, you see the exactly same features. We have a launch abort system, the Orion module, the 2 boosters, the feed lines to feed the liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen to the engines. And if you look closely, there's even these small cameras there that are present on the actual vehicle. So these models are very detailed. We run the wind tunnel at different speeds. We can pitch the model to different angles, left and right, up and down. And we can predict what pressures the vehicle will be seeing by measuring pressure. You can also see that this vehicle is painted this pink color in the middle here. This is not because we wanted to make it look pretty. This is the actual pressure-sensitive paint that I talked about. So this is a special paint that if you illuminate it with special light and record the video with the special cameras, you can actually see the color of the paint change with different pressures. But that's not what we primarily use. We primarily use the pressure sensors. So this model here is instrumented with about 500 pressure sensors. What is a pressure sensor? It's a hole in the skin of the geometry, and you attach the pressure sensor on the other side. And you can see in this picture, this one is labeled 306, so that's 306 pressure sensor. And then we can build these colorful maps here. Black dots represent where the pressure sensors are located, and the color represents the different excitation. So we run the wind tunnel at different speeds. We run the wind tunnel, or the model at different trajectories to try to replicate the actual launch, and we can predict what pressures the vehicle will be experiencing. Now, on November 16th, 2022, at 6 or UTC or 1 a.m. Eastern Time, at 47 minutes, 44 seconds, 6,265 microseconds, we actually had a liftoff of the Artemis 1 for the first time. And we didn't sit back and enjoy, well, we did enjoy the launch, but we also collected a lot of data. So here's what we did. We took off from Kennedy. We performed our booster separation, core stage separation. Then we used the second stage to accelerate us onto translunar ejection, went around the moon, went further behind the moon, further than any other human-rated vehicle has ever flown, returned back to the moon, and returned back to Earth. During that entire 25 days journey, we collected, us aerodynamicists collected data for about 120 seconds as we ascended through the atmosphere. That's what us aerodynamicists were concerned about. Now, why did we want to collect, or what type of data we wanted to collect? We also wanted to measure pressure. What is the actual vehicle experiencing in flight? So we know what the wind tunnel predicted. Let's see if those predictions are true and they're replicated in the actual flight. So we instrumented the vehicle with about 250 pressure sensors. And as the vehicle was ascending through the atmosphere, we streamed that data to 3 stations. 2 of them are in Florida, 1 of them is in Bermuda. Remember, these components are getting discarded, so we want to stream the data before the component is discarded. Here's a picture of one of these sensors that before launch we were inspecting. It's labeled IVAD-P29D. That stands for Integrated Vehicle Aerodynamics. That's us. That's the aerodynamicist at Langley. Pressure sensor number 29, left booster. Here's another picture of us examining the vehicle. I put it in here because of two reasons. I wanted to, first of all, again, talk about the scale of this, the size of this vehicle. So here I'm next to the NASA logo, and in the right picture on the right, you can see the NASA logo right here. So I'm standing next to the Orion right here. And the reason why we want to inspect these sensors as much as possible before takeoff, because unlike in a wind tunnel experiment, where if something goes wrong with the sensor, we can stop the test and we can say, open up the test section, go in there and fix the sensor. In the real flight, we cannot hail back the rocket. Once it's gone, once it lifts off, it's on the way to space. So we got to understand how each one of our sensors behave. And for those of you who are in the lab or an experimentalist, you probably know that there's no perfect experiment. So for us, there were surprises as well. Right before launch, we were monitoring our pressure sensors, and we saw that a family of them started behaving oddly. So we asked the imagery team to take a picture of one of our sensors using camera 816. And we saw that white blob of, well, it turned out to be ice. So what happened was during the tanking, when we were filling up the rocket with liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, which are cryogenic fuels, extremely cold temperatures, the hot air in Florida air started condensing on some of our sensors and blocked them with ice. So we had to take that into account. We have to do analysis to solve around that. And ultimately, what did we want to do? We wanted to compare the wind tunnel predictions to the actual flight to make sure that our wind tunnel models accurately represent the actual flight environment. On Artemis 2, we will have a crew. We want to know exactly what the crew will experience and that the vehicle is safe. So let's talk about the future Artemis missions. Artemis 1 completed. It was a test flight, 25 days, uncrewed. Artemis 2, scheduled to launch no earlier than September 2025, it's going to have a very similar mission profile. We're going to take off from Kennedy. We're going to fly. We're going to do our booster separation, core stage separation. We're going to fly to the moon, not land on the moon, and then return back to Earth. Except of one change, because we're actually going to have crew on board, we're going to ask them to pilot the Orion manually. So during this orange segment, number 6 right here, they're going to perform rendezvous. They're going to turn left and right, up and down, and see how the vehicle behaves during the manual control. Then we're going to go to Artemis 3, scheduled for no earlier than September 2026. This is the first mission where we're going to have actual lunar landing. What we're going to do is take off from Kennedy, do our booster separation, core stage separation, have the second stage accelerate us to the translunar injection, and we're going to rendezvous on the moon or around the moon with the lunar lander. So there's going to be hardware pieces waiting for us. We're going to transfer the crew to the lunar lander, land on the moon, take a couple of selfies, go visit the gift shop, take off, rendezvous with the Orion again, and return back to Earth. Now this lunar lander, we're contracting this out to our commercial partners. So SpaceX is building the lunar lander for Artemis 3, and for Artemis 5, we have Blue Origin building the lunar lander for us. Artemis 4, Artemis 5 is a lunar lander for Blue Origin. Artemis 4 is going to build on the existing steps. So Artemis 4 is going to be using the new mobile launcher, updated mobile launcher, the new boosters, the new configuration of the rocket, and is going to start building the space station around the moon. So I want to welcome everybody to the Artemis generation. This is a generation that includes a lot of people. Oftentimes after you do these talks, I have some of the Apollo generation folks come up to me and they talk to me how excited they were to watch the first Apollo or lunar landings on the tube. And I don't mean the YouTube, I mean the tube, the television. It also includes a lot of people from all over the world. I give talks to students in Europe, all over Europe, and in particular in Ukraine, my home country. And with all the war-related difficulties that they're experiencing, I'm hoping that they'll inspire their imagination and they'll be able to take this journey through space with us. So again, thank you. Welcome to the Apollo generation. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions. Do you have any questions? There are a few questions over there.
So you said 1.2, Mach 1.2 for your wind tunnel. Is that sufficient for the work that you guys do? It seems to fly a little low.
Okay, so the question is, the wind tunnel that I pointed out today is the Transonic Dynamics wind tunnel at Langley Research Center. Its maximum speed is 1.2. In reality, with the wind tunnel blockage, we can probably go to 1.1, 1.15, so we can't even get to 1.2. That peak of environments occurs at the transonic regime. So starting from 0.7 to 1.1. There's a lot of very interesting aerodynamics that happens within that range. Now, we do use other wind tunnels that take us to 2.5 Mach number. There's also interesting aerodynamics that is happening there. In fact, we have a test plan that is about to start in a couple of weeks at Ames Research Center. We're going to go to low-speed wind tunnel, which is going to take us to 1.1 Mach number, and then we're going to transfer to a different wind tunnel, which is going to take us to a higher Mach number. That brings up a lot of questions about wind tunnel variability, which we also are addressing. Good question. Thank you. The question is, what is the best material for the spaceships to be made out of? Thank you for asking that question. The advances in the materials are real. So the boosters that I talked about, the boosters that we're talking about right now, that we're using right now, were made from the materials that were used on the space shuttle. Now we have, for example, new boosters being manufactured or designed, and they're going to be using carbon or composites. So the advances in materials is real. We're trying to incorporate as many of materials as possible, new materials as possible. For example, the heat shield that I was talking about, I honestly don't know what it's made out of, but it has to withstand 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you have to have a different material for that you would for the rest of the vehicle. Yeah, so the question is, why do we have water on the launch pad? Primarily to dampen out the ignition overpressure shocks. So again, these initial ignition shocks that are associated with boosters firing is extremely violent. And we've seen in some of the vehicles where it could potentially bounce off and do damage on the vehicle. So we flood the entire area and the flame trench with water to dampen out some of those initial shocks. Can the boosters push Mach 5 and Mach 6? Ultimately, we go Mach 25 and faster. So yes, we get up there in speed. When we return back from the lunar injection, it's even faster than returning from ISS, which is Mach 25.
What is the time frame for the Artemis mission, and when can we start seeing humans on the moon again?
So the crewed mission is no earlier than September 2025, and that one is not going to land humans on Earth, on the moon. Artemis 3 is the first mission that will land crew on lunar surface. So that is no earlier than 2026. day of launch criteria is, yes, we have a day of launch criteria. We send in balloons through the atmosphere to measure the wind shear layers, the temperature, all that. Yes, we do have the launch.
Is there a certain parameter that you can be within 15 degrees to see something?
Yes, there's a parameters for everything, including staying on the launch pad. So during Artemis 1, we ended up weathering 2 hurricanes, right? The decision of whether we could stay on the launch pad or not depended on the wind of the particular hurricane that passed. One, we rolled back. The other one, we stayed on the launch pad and weathered the storm.
One more question.
Since you're reusing so many components from the space shuttle days, which portions are still reusable? The boosters, and, for example, the central core, now that you have 4 shuttle engines on there?
So I know that we are reusing RS-25s. In fact, on the maiden Artemis 1 voyage, the engines, I don't know how many, but at least one engine was exactly the same engine that flew on the last shuttle mission. So that kind of symbolizes the continuity in the space technology there. The boosters, there are still segments available from a shuttle era that we are reusing. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not accelerating the technology. We are developing new boosters. The Northrop Grumman is developing new boosters that are going to be used with new materials. And the engines are also being modified. So, yes, we're reusing them and then building up on that to develop new ones. No, we're reusing the ones that were originally designed for the space shuttle.
What propellants do you use on your craft, and could you explain the fuel delivery system and all?
So with the propellants, we use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So the propellant, liquid hydrogen, the oxidized liquid oxygen. Now, liquid hydrogen, it was used on the shuttle launches as well, but it's a hydrogen. It's a very small molecule, so it's very difficult to handle. And our first initial launch attempt in August of 2022 caused us to scrub because there was a hydrogen leak. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Dr. Gusher. Thank you again, and here's a token of appreciation.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for the insight into the future of human spaceflight. I would like to introduce our next speaker. Actually, there are 2 speakers, and they come together, and the first one is Eileen Craigie. She is one of our sponsors. She is the founder of Dark Sky Friends. And as the founder of the non-profit Dark Sky Friends and an advocate of Dark Sky International, Eileen Craigie is committed to educating people about responsible outdoor light at night. She joined Dark Sky International, became an advocate, and created the new Northern Virginia chapter, Dark Sky Nova. She founded Dark Sky Friends to focus on legislation to protect human and environmental health in the night environment. Eileen's work includes securing proclamations recognizing the problem of light pollution from state and local jurisdictions, and working with local government to enact, improve, and enforce lighting ordinances and legislation. Exhibiting public outreach and hosting events for light pollution education include Wolf Trap National Park's Bat and Firefly Festivals, the National Book Festival, presentations to local organizations, displays, and writing articles. The second speaker is also going to speak about light pollution, and it is Tom Reinert, president of Dark Sky International. Tom is a member of the board of Dark Sky International and has served as president since January 2023. His environmental activism included a decade of fighting water pollution with local riverkeeper organizations on the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland. In 2013, seeing the Andromeda Galaxy for the first time, with his naked eyes from atop Kitt Peak, rekindled an interest in astronomy and a desire to eliminate light pollution. He is a graduate of Harvard College and the Harvard Law School, and Tom retired from law practice in 2019, having spent most of his career representing airlines and railroads in labor and employment matters, including extensive experience translating scientific experts for lay decision makers. Currently residing in Northern Virginia and Tucson, Arizona, Tom and his wife, Chris, travel extensively in the United States seeking dark sky locations. We know that there are not many dark sky locations out there anymore, so I am looking forward to the talk of Eileen and Tom.
Thank you. Starlight, star bright, I stepped out to visit with you tonight. I looked all around, you were nowhere to be found. Oh, where did you go? I'm missing you so. The years went by and I stayed inside, watching my idiot box and staring at the screen, dancing all night under flashing lights and mirrored disco balls spinning around. When I stepped outside, I was barely alive. My eyes stayed glued to the ground. Oh, what did we do to you? All those years, I didn't know I was missing you. The lights creeping out across the land, people and places building up fast, bigger and brighter. Did we ever realize what we were doing to the night? Starlight, star bright, I stepped out to visit with you tonight. I looked all around, you were nowhere to be found. Oh, where did you go? I'm missing you so. When was the last time you stepped outside at night and looked up? And what could you see? And how did it make you feel? Light pollution is growing at twice the rate of the population. It's doubling every 8 years. And in some places, scientists predict that no stars will be visible in 20 years. And this is one of those places. Over 80% of the world's population lives under the sky glow of light-polluted skies. And in the United States and Europe, it's even worse. 99% of the population cannot experience a natural night. So what is light pollution? Light pollution is the human-made alteration of the naturally occurring light levels outside. And it's the result of bad lighting. Unshielded, misaimed, too bright, too white, too many, and on all night. And when we talk about light pollution, we're talking about a couple of different types. The first is sky glow, and this is a dome of brightness. You can see it on the right-hand side of the screen on the horizon that blots out our view of the night sky. And sky glow is caused by the misdirected light scattering through our atmosphere. The second one, glare, you're all familiar with from the headlights in cars, from unshielded street lights and also spotlights blinding you. And light trespass, which I'm sure many of you all are already familiar with. That's intrusive and unwanted light that comes into your property, into your home, into your bedroom. And the sources can be municipal, business, or residential lighting. So in addition to losing our view of our night skies, starfield, light pollution has serious impacts in other areas. Artificial light disrupts the natural circadian rhythms of all living organisms on Earth. Humans, insects, nocturnal pollinators, plants, birds, and more. It disturbs the predator-prey dynamics. It reduces crop yields. And it harms baby hatching turtles because they go for the lights of the houses, not for the glow of the moon in the ocean. It harms migrating birds and aquatic life, both freshwater and saltwater. And I was surprised to learn how much even trees and fireflies were impacted. So trees that are situated under a steady source of light, they bud earlier and they lose their leaves later. Fireflies attract their mates by their blinking patterns. And with too much light, they can't find each other, and it just makes it that much harder for them to see, which affects their reproduction, and it's a contributing factor to the plummeting population of fireflies. Every species has evolved in sync with the 24-hour cycle of night and day, and we all rely on both the light and the darkness to maintain that balance. And the health of everything on the planet depends on this natural rhythm of circadian rhythms. So in terms of our health, humans are affected by artificial light in our physical health, our mental health, and also our spiritual health. We're losing that feeling of awe and mystery that comes from gazing up at a star-filled night sky. And artificial light has been linked to cancers, breast and prostate, obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disorders, anxiety, depression, and of course, sleep disorders. And recently, scientists are finding links to Alzheimer's. And even the smallest amount of light affects our sleep and affects every other species on the planet. And light pollution wastes an enormous amount of energy and money, and it's contributing to climate change. So all this wasted energy is costing us money as taxpayers and as consumers. And their star-filled skies, night skies, have been part of our cultural heritage and evolution. It's been part of our myths and our creation stories, our festivals. And long before clocks and calendars, the stars told people when to plant, when to harvest, and even told them what weather was coming in. So staring up at the night sky has been the inspiration for explorers, astronomers, and astronauts. And it's also been inspiration for art and music and literature throughout the ages. And never in my wildest imagination would I have thought that I would have lost sight of the stars over my head at night. But that's what's happening. Literally, they're disappearing from view. And there's simply no reason for it. So there are solutions to this, and Tom Reinert, the next speaker, will talk about these. So let me turn this over to Tom, who's the president of Dark Sky International.
Thank you, Eileen. Okay, I'm going to talk about what's causing light pollution and what is the solution to light pollution. So, as Eileen mentioned, light pollution is doubling in something like every 8 to 10 years in North America and Europe, and that far exceeds the increase in population, and it's having all these adverse effects. So the question that begs is why? Why is light pollution increasing? And people say, well, population growth, but it's exceeding population growth. So it's really about population patterns, and I'll talk about suburbanization, and it's bad lighting infrastructure society-wide. If I had to explain the cause of light pollution in one word, it would be automobiles. I had my 70th birthday a few weeks ago. Since the day I was born, the population of the United States has doubled. The number of cars has quadrupled. Okay, think about that. How did that happen? Well, we went from a society that had 1 car per family to 2 cars per family, and we're moving towards 1 car for every adult. That is an extraordinary increase in the number of automobiles. And automobiles bring with them light pollution. Why? Well, you have headlights, but you have street lights. The number 1 cause of light pollution is street lights. Well, why do we have street lights? Safety? We have street lights because lighting companies want to maintain production load at night. They shunt their excess electricity to municipalities with cheap light energy sales for street lights. They sometimes install the fixtures because they have a technical problem of having peaks and valleys in a day of production. Well, you think about it. We're moving to a battery technology. We should be recharging our cars and homes at night, not wasting light on street lights that duplicate what our headlights do. So automobiles also bring with them car dealership, gas stations, parking lots at big box stores, all major sources of pollution. And on top of that, we've done a transition to LEDs in the last decade. LEDs are much cheaper light cost per energy. So what happened? When they were introduced, rather than make savings in energy costs, companies, individuals, governments increased the light to the cost. And they moved to blue LEDs rather than yellow end of the spectrum, which makes light pollution worse. LEDs are not inherently evil. They can be adjusted. In fact, their virtue is you can actually adjust color, intensity, and schedule, but they're not utilized effectively. I say that most light pollution is caused by what I term mindless lighting. No one thinks about lighting when they implement it in most cases. They say, oh, lighting's good, I'll just get more of it. Well, lighting has a cost. It has an environmental cost, it has a human health cost, it has an energy cost. And we're becoming more aware of that. So all these factors are leading to cities like Chicago being overlit. Except that's not Chicago. That's Tyson's Corner, Virginia. In the 1950s, Tyson's Corner, Virginia was a rural gas station on a crossroads, okay? Tyson's Corner has as much light as New York City Times Square had in the 1940s. We had a very elaborate civilization in this country without excessive lighting. So here's the light pollution map of Northern Virginia, and you can see the sprawl from Baltimore and Washington, particularly how it's moving west and south from Washington into Northern Virginia. I'll come back to this map later because it shows something else. What's the good news? The good news is light pollution awareness has actually increased substantially, and my organization, Dark Sky International, takes a lot of credit for that. We have gotten publications, all these publications have published about light pollution. If you go to the Smithsonian Natural History Museum, there's an exhibit called Lights Out, which educates you about light pollution, and the academic community has picked it up. Last year, Science magazine had an issue devoted to light pollution. The British journal, Philosophical Transactions, did the same thing. There's a lot of astronomical and environmental research about the impact of excessive light at night. What's the solution? This is not rocket science. It's actually very simple. We have these 5 lighting principles which Dark Sky International developed with the Illuminating Engineers Society. The lighting engineers in the United States agree completely on the cause of light pollution. First of all, ask yourself, what's the purpose of a light? Why are you doing it? What are you trying to see? Second of all, shield it. So you're actually lighting the thing you want to see instead of the stratosphere. Common sense. No brighter than necessary. We have very bright lights throughout our society. Your night vision is based upon relative intensity, so you can see very well with fairly dim light. Timers. Lights shouldn't be on when they're not being used. You can put timers, motion detectors, and turn them off at night. We now have some states that are enacting legislation that public buildings should be off from midnight to 6 a.m. Why are they on? Fairfax County, the schools keep their lights on all night long. Why? Oh, we're concerned with security. You turn the lights off, see how many criminals want to come into the dark. What we have learned on crime is criminals like light. They can see what they're doing. So we have a lot of excess light, particularly midnight to 6 a.m. And finally, you use warmer colors on the yellow end of the spectrum instead of the blue end of the spectrum where that's appropriate. Sometimes you need brighter bluish lights, but most times you do not. So let's bring this home. What about George Mason University? What should your role be with respect to light pollution? Well, colleges and universities should be leaders in fighting light pollution and sustainable energy use. You have knowledgeable astronomical, environmental faculty. You have student bodies who are concerned about global warming. You have respect in your communities. And these are really, George Mason's a small city. You do good lighting in George Mason, the community can see it and emulate it. What's the reality? Well, unfortunately, it's a bit sad. George Mason's over here. Charlottesville, University of Virginia. Harrisonburg, James Madison University. And I don't have Virginia Tech over here. The reality is, we should be very proud of our Virginia educational system. We have great colleges and universities, but they are hot spots on light pollution in Virginia. And that's something we can't be proud of. Virginia should be doing a better job on this, as should all colleges and universities nationwide. Why are universities so bad? Well, you have poorly designed sports lighting. You can do sports lighting well where it ends at the edge of a field. That's how high that technology is now. But so much sports lighting, you go with the cheapest alternative, which is just floodlights. Then you don't turn it off when it's not being used. A lot of universities have huge parking lots, which they overlight, just like big box stores. There has been a feeling that lighting campuses as much as possible will give you security. It doesn't. Intelligent lighting preserves your night vision, lights what you need. No one wants unsafe lighting, but lighting engineers can do it the right way where you're not overlighting the community. And the worst of all, in most states, this is being supported by taxpayer money. And I personally do not like my taxes going towards light pollution. Virginia actually has some things that are good. There's actually a statute in Virginia that says we should protect observatories. And communities can enact stronger light pollution regulations around observatories. Fairfax County has in fact done that. Turner Observatory in Great Falls last year, they enacted a half-mile radius saying more stringent light pollution protections. Well, George Mason has this great observatory, except the law doesn't apply to state property. So the law does not protect the George Mason Observatory. That makes no sense. That needs to be changed. Some colleges and universities are starting to address this issue. I have a typo here that should be AAS. It's the American Astronomical Society has a Campus Shine program where some astronomy professors are trying to get movements. There are some good universities working on it. Princeton last year, they had their homecoming. All these alumni come back to campus. And the students, to their credit, And the next day in their newspaper said, why is our campus overlit just because alumni are coming here? They saw the problem and they called it out. Action in university communities requires some work. It requires changing light fixtures. It requires thinking more intelligently about lighting. But this is necessary, and this is purely part of the sustainability issue related to global warming. I had a European advocate say, if we can't solve light pollution, we don't have a prayer on global warming. Because light pollution only requires very limited action on the personal level, requires some adjustments, but it's using smarter technology, thinking about how you use lighting. Now, I speak to students around the country, and I hear a lot of pessimism. You know, the zombie apocalypse is coming. Why bother? And what I tell them is, in my lifetime, the water and the air in the United States have improved substantially. In the 1960s, Lake Erie outside Cleveland caught on fire because there was so much water pollution. That woke people up. And today, the water quality in the United States is cleaner than it's been in 100 years. Much the same story on air pollution. In the 1960s, you couldn't breathe in the city of Los Angeles or the city of Pittsburgh. We've cleaned up the air because we realized we had an environmental problem. We need to do the same thing with light pollution. But this is something that my generation will not do. It's the generation of the students here at George Mason, and it's time for you to address this problem. Thank you.
Very much. Does anybody have questions to light pollution? Oh my.
It is my understanding that LED lighting, you can filter it out easier than the broadband street lights that we had before. Is there a way to do something? Well, I don't know. Is there a benefit to LED lighting?
There is, in fact, a benefit to LED lighting. You can go to Home Depot and buy for $9 a light bulb that you can program with Bluetooth as to color, intensity, and schedule. LEDs can be adjusted, but the way you do that is through a filtering system, an electronic filtering system. One of the problems we're facing with LEDs, if you ever go around and see any purple lights, those are old LEDs that are failing. When they fail, they move to the blue-purple end of the spectrum, and that's something that needs to be addressed because that's very bad light.
Any other questions? There's one over there.
Yeah. So what is the main pushback? Obviously, you're a strong advocate, and when you put it the way you've done, it's fairly straightforward and clear. So for those who push back against it, what are the main...
I'll give you the three rationales. One is cost. Yes, it does cost more to do the right thing environmentally. That's true in every environmental area. The incremental cost is marginal, okay? The second is security. I feel more secure with lights on. And unfortunately, you have a lot of irrational feelings on this. People just feel safer. But if you look at what actually works in terms of what you can see at night, excessive lighting is not safe. I can't see half this audience because of the glare from these lights. If I'm out at night, this is not secure lighting, this is insecure lighting. And so safety, security, what did I miss? Cost, oh, there's a third one, I'm sorry. I get to do, freedom. I get to do what I want to do on my property. Sure, you can light up your property. Keep it on your property. You can't send water from your property to me. You can't send smoke from your property to me. You have to be responsible for your lighting. So it's a freedom of the neighbor who has a light shining into their bedroom window and can't get to sleep at night that needs to be protected as much as the person who's gone to sleep in their house and shining the light outside. Okay?
More questions?
Yeah. Good. One more. Yes. I have good hearing, just say it.
Isn't the thing with LED lighting the fact that they're more energy efficient and they're still using the same amount of energy as for the old light bulbs, so they're brighter?
Yeah. When they were introduced, you should have said, we can cut our energy costs and do the same lighting instead of they increase the lighting to their budget. That's what happened in most municipalities. Yep. Okay.
No more questions? Well, thank you very much for creating awareness about light pollution. I have already given hers. This is no. Thank you. Bye-bye. Right. Time to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is going to be Dr. Peter Plavchan. He is the PI of the Landal mission and Associate Professor of Physics and Astronomy. He is also the co-founder of George Mason Space Day. Without him, that event would have never been created, because when I came to his office and said, can you help me find the funding? I want to create this Space Day, because I didn't have the funding. He was so enthusiastic that now we have this event, and I think a successful event. So thank you, Peter, for doing this. Peter Plavchan is an associate professor of physics and astronomy at the George Mason University and executive director of George Mason Observatories. Previously, he was an assistant professor at Missouri State University and a research scientist at the NASA Exoplanet Science Institute. His research focuses on exoplanets around low-mass stars, specializing in precise radial velocity techniques at near-infrared wavelengths. He discovered the AU-MIG planetary system, published in Nature in 2020. Currently, Dr. Plavchan is PI of the NASA Landal mission and the HAZE mission concept. He has built instrumentation for the NASA Infrared Telescope facility and uses ground-based telescopes worldwide and in space with the Spitzer, Kepler, TESS, and James Webb Space Telescope missions. Please help me welcome Dr. Plavchan.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, so thank you, Dr. Bell, for that wonderful introduction. Like me to stay behind the stand, yeah?
No, I meant this one.
Okay, thank you. So, indeed, it's a wonderful time to see all of you here at our third annual Space Day. It was amazing to co-start this event with Dr. Bell and others 2 years ago. How many of you have been to Space Day before, by a show of hands? Wonderful. Welcome back. You might have met me last year and remembered I was emceeing the event last year. And today I'm going to talk to you about some exciting news for George Mason University and for the research that I do here. And I also want to thank, before I get to that though, I want to thank our prior speakers, Tom Reinhardt and Eileen. Light pollution is a real problem. And just to speak like a nerd for a minute, if you take one light bulb, a 100-watt equivalent light bulb, and hold it maybe 10 feet over the ground, that puts out the same amount of light, 1,600 times the amount of light on the ground that a full moon does on a clear night. Our eyes take time to adapt to the darkness, and sometimes we're a little too impatient when we step in from a brightly lit room out into the darkness. But if you give it enough time, on a full moon night, on the dark sky location, you can see your own shadow. So speaking of lighting, I'm going to talk about the NASA Landal mission. And it is a small sat. It's going to be Mason's first NASA mission, launching sometime after 2028. And it's going to put an artificial star in the sky. And so, speaking of light pollution, We're adding to it, but not really. You won't be able to see this with your own eyes. So it'll be visible from ground-based telescopes, and as I like to joke, it's one small step for NASA. They consider it a very small mission, but it's one giant leap for George Mason. And let me talk about why we are here today deciding to put a light source into space for our telescopes to look at. Since about 2009, I could point at a star in the sky with a space telescope like Kepler or TESS or Hubble or JWST, and I could say that star is changing in brightness by 0.01%, 100 parts per million. It's a remarkable thing that we can measure that kind of change in brightness of an object, trillions of miles away. But if I then look at that same star with that same telescope and say, how many photons per second are coming from that star, even though I can see these minute changes, I only know the answer to how many photons per second, the absolute number, to around 2 to 3%, depending on who you ask. And so that is a huge knowledge gap. And this actually came to the fore with the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope, when they found a large number of very bright red galaxies in the early universe. And it was, at the time, thought to potentially upend our understanding of cosmology and the formation of our universe. Today, we know some of this was due to how we calibrate the brightnesses of stars and other factors, including the assumptions that we made at the time. It turns out that when we looked at these same faraway galaxies again, they turned out to be closer than we thought they were. So I already mentioned this. Absolute flux turns out to be really hard. I'll go back for a second there. So this is an example from the NASA TESS mission, two-planet system. We're plotting the brightness of the star as a function of time, but we've divided out the absolute calibration. And look at the numbers here. This is changes in brightness of 0.0005 that we're easily measuring with space telescopes. But if I try to do that absolute brightness and count the number of photons per second, it turns out to be quite a hard task. It depends on a lot of things: distance, stellar variability, stellar atmospheric models, etc. And prior to 2016, we didn't really care about it as professional astronomers, because for most of the stars in our local universe, we didn't know their distances very well. And then Europe launched the Gaia mission, and now we know precise distances to over 1 billion stars. And so now it turns out the largest uncertainty in a lot of science cases that we're trying to address is how bright are these stars. So to kind of summarize what I discussed, we live here today. We're able to make very precise measurements of brightnesses of things, but they're not very accurate. And the goal of the NASA Landal mission is to make that both precise and accurate in the upper right of this plot. So really good measurements that we understand and have calibrated very well. Now, why do we care about this? It affects all of modern astrophysics. This is a chart from XKCD. I kind of stole this, but it turns out this measurement of the number of photons per second coming from stars propagates to a whole bunch of different science cases, ranging from nearby habitable Earths to the distant origins of the expansion of our universe. And I'm just going to highlight some of those. So the first is understanding the mystery of dark energy. We know and have known that our universe is expanding for about a century now, since 1929. And we've known for just a decade or two that that expansion is now accelerating. And that is due to dark energy, and dark energy makes up roughly 70% of the mass and energy content of our universe. How do we do that? How did we make that measurement? We used special types of supernova explosions called type 1a supernova explosions. And thanks to quantum mechanics, these particular types of supernova explosions are caused when a white dwarf star gets too massive, about 1.4 times the mass of our sun. And why does it explode? It's because electrons are introverted. They don't be like being in the same state as other electrons. So in order to avoid each other, as you add more and more electrons onto a white dwarf star, those electrons have to move faster and faster to avoid being in what we call the same state. Eventually, these electrons have to move so fast that the speed approaches the speed of light. And this causes the electrons to combine with the protons in the atoms of these white dwarf stars, and that completely takes away all the charge. Protons have positive charge, electrons have negative charge. And so you get rid of the charge and the whole thing blows up. It's one of the brightest explosions in our universe. There are others, but it's one of the brightest. And it turns out this happens at the same brightness every time. So we can look at nearby supernova explosions, see how bright they are, and look at far away ones and see how bright they are. And by looking at the ratio of their brightnesses, we know how far away they are. And so this has allowed us to measure how fast our universe is expanding, all the way from the local universe to the far-off universe. Well, there's a problem. Those very far-away galaxies are redshifted. They're so redshifted that the supernova explosion light we see actually comes at light that's redder than red, near-infrared light. And so we have to compare the brightness of the supernova explosions at one wavelength, one color, to another. And that relies on our understanding of how many photons per second are coming from those stars and those explosions of each of those two colors. So it turns out, if we want to advance our understanding of dark energy, as we're hoping to do with the NASA Roman mission and the Vera Rubin Observatory, we need to nail down the numbers of photons per second coming from these stars to better than we can today. The second science case is one of my own, which is our search for another Earth. We heard at the beginning of today's session that there are, from President Washington, that there are hundreds of billions of stars in our own galaxy and hundreds of billions of galaxies in the habitable universe. And within your lifetimes, since 2009, we've finally been able to determine the number of Earth-sized planets that exist in our galaxy to roughly a factor of 2 or 50% or so. And that means we have over 10 billion worlds in our galaxy that are potentially capable of supporting life as we know it. Now, we're not talking about they all have life. That's what we're hoping to answer in the next 20 to 30 years. But it turns out if we need to assess the habitability of these worlds, we need to know how much radiation they're receiving from their stars. It might be too hot, too cold, the Goldilocks question. And so we need better measurements of the brightnesses of stars to advance our understanding of our search for other Earths. Finally, we calibrate all this by using standard stars. And it turns out the stars themselves are absolutely fascinating. It turns out for stars that are more than 10% through their lifetimes, so not baby stars, not teenage stars, adult stars, it's really hard to assess their age. I mean, if you look at a person, you might be able to guess their age to the nearest 10 years or so, depending on the person. For stars, it's pretty much impossible to tell if someone's 10 years old or 80 years old. And so the reason we can't do that today, once again, is because we are having a hard time measuring how bright these stars are. And Landal mission is going to solve all of this. So what is Landal? It's a small spacecraft we're going to launch into a geosynchronous orbit so that it can be viewed by multiple telescopes and move relatively slowly through the sky. So it'll hover over North and South America over the course of our one-year primary mission. And it will beam down laser light to various telescopes on the ground, including our very own George Mason Observatory mentioned in the previous talk. And I sure hope we can turn off the lights when we're doing that. And so we have a number of ground stations around the world, including the Rubin Observatory in the high Atacama Desert of Chile in South America, Palomar and Hawaii, and we're adding more as we expand now that our mission has been selected. So the payload itself is tiny. The satellite itself will be about the size of a microwave. So it is physically a pretty small satellite. So we can't fit a lot in there, given the $20 million that NASA has given us as a cost cap to build and launch this mission. So we have pretty miniaturized components and lasers that will shine to ground-based telescopes. And this is a simulated view of what it will look like right here in Fairfax, Virginia, using our campus observatory. So you can see it streaking through the sky, blinking on and off, creating these artificial stars that we can then compare the brightness of that star, that artificial star, to the nearby stars also in the field of view. So we're hoping, we're currently in phase A, which is the mission formulation stage. We're going to start purchasing parts, provided we pass our reviews at NASA next year. And we'll start assembling and integrating and testing the payload and the satellite between 2026 and 2028, with launch hopefully in 2028, but these things tend to slip. So we will launch as a ride share. We're going to hitch a ride with another spacecraft or multiple spacecraft out to our desired orbit, as shown in this example here of a rideshare launch by SpaceX. So in order to do this at Mason, it's brand new. We've never done this before. We need clean rooms. We need facilities to do that. We need people. And we are building those as we speak. We'll be hiring. If you happen to know any project managers or instrument systems engineers, those ads will be coming out soon. And we'll be bringing on and growing our miniature space center here at George Mason University, and we're doing it now. So we couldn't do this alone. We have a huge number of partners. One key partner is NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology in Maryland. And what is their role? Well, they specialize in saying how much is a kilogram, how much is a meter, how much is a number of photons per second coming from a source. So they're going to calibrate our payload so we know exactly how bright it is to an accuracy that has never been achieved before. So this is actually a visit we had recently going to the lab. There's some pictures where we have NIST test facilities. And we have a large team from a number of institutions, about a dozen from across the country. We also have a large number of students here at George Mason University. We have some of them in the audience here today. And this is where we really have an opportunity to succeed and train the next generation of space scientists and space engineers. So I'd like to thank them and all the hard work they're putting into this mission. You'll actually see one of them here on stage later today. And so I'll stop there and take questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Several. Yeah, over there. Yes, please.
Yeah, Professor, I see your slides. Do you mention that will work for 1 year in the space or for how long time?
Yeah, so we're part of the NASA Astrophysics Pioneers program, and this launch date here is wrong. That's when we first proposed it. We had to propose this mission 3 times, which is actually pretty typical for NASA science missions. The Kepler mission, for example, didn't get picked until its 3rd time, and it's discovered thousands of worlds. So the Pioneers program is limited to 5 years. And so NASA doesn't want to promise us anything until we've actually demonstrated what we can do in space. So we hope, of course, that everything will go well and we'll be able to propose for NASA for an extended mission. As typically happens for a lot of NASA missions, they can often go as long as they can continue to operate. But our primary mission of 1 year is primarily driven by both schedule, and we don't need a huge amount of time to make the measurements we need to make to get the answers we'd like to have.
What is a flux calibrator?
Thank you for that question. So what is a flux calibrator? Yeah, it sounds like something out of the Back to the Future movies, right? The flux capacitor. No, it's not for time travel. So flux refers to the amount of energy per unit area hitting some object per unit time from a radiative source, whether it's light you and I can see or invisible light like our Wi-Fi signals and radio waves. So that's what we mean by flux. It's essentially the amount of light. A good way to think about it is just the number of photons per second, since light is quantized.
So I'm thinking of the Hubble constant for a moment when you're talking about this. With the JWST data that's come out and kind of helped in that area, how far along do you think it will be when this could be contributing to the chaos in cosmology?
Yeah, so for those of you not familiar, there's this thing called the Hubble tension, which is astronomers are clever. They think of every possible way they can think of to measure how fast the universe is expanding. And as far as we can tell, in the nearby universe, it's constant, but when we measure it with different ways, we get slightly different answers. And these slightly different answers are tantalizingly different enough that maybe there's something that we can learn about our universe from those measurements. We don't know what, but maybe there is something we can learn. But people don't know. One of these techniques, they say, well, maybe we're just calculating things wrong. Maybe there's an error, in a systematic error, not a mistake per se, but a difference in how we're doing the calculations. And this mission will certainly help in shining light, pun intended, on these types of questions. And so that's what's really great about the Landal mission and why NASA picked us, because we'll be able to impact all sorts of different science applications. What we're doing is pretty transformative. We used to do this with just a few white dwarf stars in the sky and models of their atmospheres. And we've been doing that for over 50 years. So this is a new way of making that measurement.
During your presentation, you mentioned that no two electrons can remain in the same state at the same time. I'm right here.
Oh, sorry. I still don't know which.
Oh, straight in front of you. Straight in front of you.
Okay.
Yep.
You got it.
And so, why is that the case? And if two electrons did remain in the same state at the same time, what would happen?
So that's a great question. It is one of these weird properties of nature, and that's just how it is. And we could probably teach you plenty of courses on it here at George Mason in our physics department. And it's basically one of the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics and what we call fermion particles, and they have half-integer spins. I'll say what's really interesting is spin is one of these fundamental properties of particles that we can describe the mathematics and behavior of extremely well. But what spin actually is at a subparticle level is what a lot of my colleagues spend time thinking about. But so they do avoid each other, and it is a property of all fermion particles, including electrons.
I was wondering if you could speak to the wavelengths you picked.
The wavelengths we picked. Good question. Number one, we wanted to pick wavelengths that overlapped with the wavelengths the Rubin Observatory and the Roman Space Telescope will observe. Number two, we had limited choices. We wanted to pick lasers that have flown in space before for a variety of reasons. NASA likes us to mitigate all the risks we want to take with a mission. Now, we get to be a little bit risky with this mission. We're only spending $20 million of taxpayer money. James Webb Space Telescope is approaching $10 billion worth of space taxpayer money, so they didn't want to take as much a risk. So wavelength choices are primarily driven by technology and what's available to us.
I'm going to introduce now our next speaker, Dr. Shobita Satyabal. She is professor in the Physics and Astronomy Department, and she leads the Black Hole Galaxy Connection Group. Her research centers on understanding the connection between the growth and evolution of supermassive black holes and the host galaxies in which they reside. She utilizes space and ground-based multi-wavelength data from numerous observatories, including Chandra, XMM Newton, WISE, Spitzer, and the Very Large Array, Gemini, the Large Binocular Telescope, and KEGG. She recently was awarded time on the James Webb Space Telescope to search for intermediate mass black holes. Prior to joining Mason, she was an instrument scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope at NASA Goddard. Professor Satyabal is the recipient of numerous awards, including the Presidential Early Career Award. Please help me welcoming Dr. Satyabal.
Okay, so thanks so much, Gabrielle, for that introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. So how are you? It's so nice to see you all. Thank you for sticking around and staying with me as I talk about one of the topics that I'm most passionate about, which is supermassive black holes, these hidden monsters that can be up to 70 billion times the mass of the sun that lurk in the centers of galaxies. Now, before I begin, I want everybody to just hold up your finger. So out of the 30 or so trillion cells in your body, 100 million of them are on the tip of your finger. And out of each cell in your body, there are 100 trillion atoms. Carbon, oxygen, calcium in the little bone in your finger. Every one of those atoms was born in the core of a star. And if you tag that atom and trace it back in time, before it was in your finger, before it was in your mother, before it was in the food that your mother ate, before it was in the plant that grew in the soil, before it was in the soil, if you trace it all the way back 1 billion years or more, it was born in the core of a star. In fact, that very atom that's in your finger could have shared its birth with the atom in the finger next to you. And now what I want you to do is to take your finger, hold it up at arm's length, okay? And imagine that you go out at night, could be today, skies are not very dark, sorry. And you hold it up at the sky, some random patch of sky, and you look. And what do you see? Nothing with your naked eye. Now imagine that you point the Hubble Space Telescope to that very patch of sky. Just look at your little finger, 1 arm's length away. That's a very, very tiny patch of sky. And you stare at it. Imagine that you stare at it with the Hubble Space Telescope for 11 days straight. That's 400 orbits on the Hubble Space Telescope. Just stare at that tiny patch of sky and guess what you see. How many people have seen a picture of this image? So this is the Hubble Deep Field, and in that tiny patch of sky, guess how many galaxies are in there? Any guesses, anybody? Yeah? Good guess. There are 10,000 galaxies in this image over here? Well, that's a good guess. And just stay tuned, because we're going to see even more in a little bit. But so there are 10,000 galaxies. Each one of those little dots of light contains several 100 billion stars, the very stars in which the atoms in your finger were born. Okay? Each one of those galaxies is about 100,000 light years in extent. And as you know, that because it takes light a finite amount of time to travel, you are looking in the past. So we often say telescopes are time machines. And if you look at the very faintest galaxies in this image, the light that you see left that galaxy roughly when the universe was 600 million years old out of its 13.5 billion year cosmic history. So now what I want you to do is, instead of taking your finger, imagine that you had a grain of sand, just one little grain of sand, and you hold it at arm's length, okay? And now you point the James Webb Space Telescope at that tiny grain of sand. Oops, sorry. This is just a little animation of the Hubble Deep Field. This is what you see. So in a tiny grain of sand held at arm's length, and instead of the 1 month of observing time on the Hubble Space Telescope with the deepest image of the Hubble Space Telescope, this image took 12 hours. So maybe the time you were brushing your teeth this morning to now, in just that amount of time, this is what the Hubble Space Telescope saw. And this is an image of a galaxy cluster. You can see this effects of what's called gravitational lensing. So it's a cosmic telescope that magnifies the images of the galaxies. And the very faintest galaxies in this image were emitted when the universe was only 290 million years old. So very early in the history of the universe. So we've come a long way to the time, from the time when people didn't have telescopes and looked at a patch of the sky and saw nothing. We now think that there are possibly over 1 trillion galaxies in the universe, each one with several 100 billion stars. And we're finding these massive galaxies at very high redshifts, as Peter mentioned. And we have more questions than we ever had before. How did these galaxies form? Oops. Why did they form this way? Why are the shapes they are? Why aren't they 100,000 times smaller? Why aren't they a different distribution? And finally, what is their ultimate fate? And so what I want to talk to you about is what lies at the center. And that's the focus of my research that I've been doing for a number of years at George Mason and before when I was at NASA Goddard. And so before I begin the story of supermassive black holes, I want to begin by telling you what resides in the center of our own galaxy, the Milky Way. So this is just a pretty picture kind of showing you a schematic of what the Milky Way looks like. Let's see if this, there's supposed to be a movie here, but okay. So we are somewhere, this is about 100,000 light years in extent. Okay, so this is a huge scale. And we reside about 26,000 light years from the center. And so it's somewhere out here in the spiral arms of the Milky Way. And we are traveling, anybody want to guess how fast we're traveling about the center of the Milky Way? Yes? Very close guess, but it's even faster. It's 125 miles per second. Can you believe that? 125 miles per second. I could get to New York City, which is where I'm from. I'm a New Yorker. Any New Yorkers here? Yay, New York. So I could get to New York City in just a few seconds. And for those of you who've done that drive, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? So at 125 miles per second, and it takes, anyone want to guess how long it takes to make it one way around the Milky Way? Anybody? Yes? How many? Oh, not quite. It's 220 million years to go around the center of the Milky Way, and we have done that 19 times. And if you look at this picture here, we're in the plane of the Milky Way, and so if you want to look at the center, it's really difficult. You want to know why? Because it turns out that there isn't just dust, there's dust in the universe, not just in your living room, or at least my living room, which I haven't had time to clean. The universe is dusty. And because of this, you actually can't see the center of the Milky Way from Earth at visible wavelengths. And that's because the visible light is obscured by the dust. And so for a long time, we actually didn't know what was in the center, what was lurking in the center of the Milky Way, until we started developing technology that allowed us to look in the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum. And you've probably seen this image from the Hubble Space Telescope, just showing how you have dust. So that pillar over there is actually dust that's obscuring it. And when you look in the infrared, you can see through the dust. And when they did, what they found was amazing. And so this is a little movie of the Milky Way, and we're zooming into the center, the very center of the Milky Way in the Sagittarius constellation. And what you see as you go further and further in the infrared is you get 10 million stars. Does anybody know the closest star? How far away it is? Yeah, I actually don't know it in it's 4 light years. I don't know if anyone knows can do the mile calculation, but it's 4 light years. Well, in that space, there are 10 million stars in the galactic center. And they're not just sitting there, but guess what? They're moving really, really fast. And you can see in this image here, that was taken over roughly a decade or more. It's really been 2 decades now. They're moving 10 million miles an hour, about nothing. And it turns out that if you calculate how much mass there needs to be, that mass is 4 million times the mass of the sun. So these stars are spinning rapidly about the center of the Milky Way, and the mass is 4 million times the mass of the sun. Yes, so it's a black hole, and it's pretty irrefutable evidence that the black hole exists. A lot of this work has been done by adaptive optics, and this is just another zoom in. And of course, this won the Nobel Prize a few years ago by Andrea Ghez and Reinhard Genzel in Germany. And you've probably, how many people have seen this image? This is from the Event Horizon Telescope of the center of our Milky Way, taken with extreme resolution. In fact, the resolution needed to see an atom if you hold it at arm's length. And so now there's irrefutable evidence that black holes exist. And it turns out that it's not just the Milky Way, it's not just our galaxy that has a supermassive black hole. You've probably heard the news about what's sitting in the center of M87. Yeah? So if you look with the Event Horizon Telescope and you zoom in, we're zooming in to the center of M87 with incredible resolution. Getting closer and closer to the center. And there you have it. An even more massive black hole than the black hole that resides in the center of the Milky Way. So we now know that supermassive black holes are everywhere. We think that every massive galaxy in our local universe hosts a supermassive black hole. And this is just showing you the collaboration of the Event Horizon Telescope, which is a massive undertaking. And so I just wanted to tell you that this baffled astronomers. It's been a relatively recent discovery. Supermassive black holes, up to 70 billion times the mass of the sun, seem to exist in pretty much every galaxy that we know about. They don't just sit there. They actually have a profound effect on the galaxy in which they reside. They can hurl matter out at speeds of 10,000 miles per second, and the amount of material that they can hurl out of a galaxy is actually more than the mass of the galaxy itself. There's more matter in between galaxies than in galaxies. We also know that they can also produce relativistic jets, so these huge jets that you can see here that extend 1 million light years way beyond the extent of the galaxy. And these jets contain the energy of about 100 billion suns. So black holes are doing a lot to the galaxy in which they reside, and this is one of the big questions that my research group is trying to answer. And they don't just sit there in galaxies, but galaxies actually collide with each other, and when they do, the effects are tremendous. So how many people have heard about the LIGO discovery in 2015 of gravitational waves? Great, so this is an animation of 2 black holes, and this is actually from the September 2015 black hole merger. And this was an incredibly exciting day for scientists across the globe. You can see the 2 black holes merging, creating ripples in space-time that went through everybody in this room to the detector on Earth. And I guess the chirp was supposed to, oh, there it is. Where we felt it on Earth. And so there is now irrefutable evidence that black holes exist. They merge. When they merge, these 2 black holes produced more energy than 50 times all of the stars in the entire visible universe. So I'm just going to skip ahead here. Now, it turns out that with LIGO, LIGO is sensitive to only a certain range mass black hole. And the supermassive black holes, up to 70 billion times the mass of the sun, are still not within reach of LIGO. And what my group is really trying to understand is how these supermassive black holes form. And one of the ways that we're trying to do that is to try to look back at the early universe and see, do we see black holes there, and what did they look like? And so before I show you images from the James Webb Space Telescope, I just wanted to talk briefly about how we think supermassive black holes form. We think that regular black holes, that's a very well understood theory, form from the deaths of these massive stars. But supermassive black holes, we simply don't know how they form. There are two main theories, and astronomers are still baffled on which one is the correct scenario. One possibility is that they formed in the depths of the earliest stars that were formed in the universe, in which case you would get, you would just get small black holes in the early universe from the depths of the first generations of stars, or they somehow formed from gas clouds in the early universe, and you got supermassive black holes very early in the universe. And this has been something that's been debated by astronomers for decades now, and we simply don't know the answer. And so one of the ways that we're trying to figure out the answer is to look back in time using the deepest views of the universe. And this, again, is the image of the deep field with JWST. And so what we're doing is we're looking at spectra from these very, very faint galaxies. And you can see here the spectra from individual galaxies dating back to earlier and earlier in the universe. And these spectral features that you see here in red and blue are emission lines that come from those very atoms that we talked about in the beginning, from oxygen, from hydrogen, from nitrogen. And as you look further back in time, they're redshifted to longer and longer wavelengths, as you see in this plot. And what we're looking for is we're trying to see if we see special signatures that suggest that we're seeing accreting or feeding black holes very early in the universe. And we're trying to understand how big are they? You know, are they really small, suggesting that these supermassive black holes started with very small seeds, or are they massive? And so that's what we're trying to answer. And so what they found is amazing. So it turns out that if you look at that little white square over there from from the James Webb deep fields, it's a little red dot. And it turns out that if you look at every deep field that has been imaged with the JWST, James Webb Space Telescope, the sky is littered with these little red dots. And if you take a spectrum of one of those little red dots, what you see is evidence of gas motion moving at tremendous speeds. So remember when I told you that in the Milky Way, the stars are moving really, really fast? Well, we are finding evidence of very, very fast motion in these very, very tiny galaxies. By looking at the motion of the gas, it suggests that the black holes that we're seeing so early in the universe, littered all over the early universe sky, are about 1 million to up to 100 million times the mass of our sun. And astronomers everywhere are baffled because these little red dots that we have discovered, and this is just an image of some of them, are really little. So these galaxies, this is our Milky Way, our little picture of the Milky Way. So one of those little red dots is only on average 2% the size of the Milky Way. And the smallest one is 0.1% the size of the Milky Way, yet it contains a black hole roughly the size of the black hole in our Milky Way. So astronomers are totally baffled, like do the black holes start first before the galaxy? Maybe they're not black holes, maybe you just have a lot of stars in there, but that would be like in this room having the entire population of the United States sitting in this room. That just doesn't seem possible. And so astronomers are really puzzled and trying to figure out what is causing the spectral signatures that we're seeing in these early black holes. So I didn't want to take too long here. I just want to show some of our data that we recently took and we recently published. We've been looking at an analog of this little red dot in our local universe, so where it's not too far away, where we get an amazing spectrum with over 200 emission lines, where we can do a lot more physics, and we simply don't understand what we're seeing. And so I just wanted to give you a sample of what data actually looks like, and we just published our initial results, and I'm happy to take questions about what the results mean, but I wanted to highlight something dear to my heart, which is my current research group, these amazing students who helped contribute to all of the science that we've been doing in our Black Hole Galaxy Connection group at George Mason. And I wanted to say that one of you could be up here giving a talk like this, and on this slide that you present could be people that are not yet born, or there was a baby back there, could end up being on the slide in the future. And I did want to reflect a little bit on how long it takes for these missions to be launched. You know, that many people in this room weren't born when JWST was first conceived. And it can take 20 years or more for a mission to be launched. And it's really important that the next generation get involved so that we finally find the answers to these questions. And I did want to say that being an astrophysicist is incredibly fun. These are just some examples of some of my previous students that have been all over the world, observing on the tops of mountains and presenting at conferences all over the place. I'm very proud of all of them. And as I conclude this talk, I want you to remember that finger and that atom sitting in your finger, and realize that when the James Webb Space Telescope points its golden eye, it's a gold-plated mirror, at the universe, we are looking back at ourselves. So I will stop there, and thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions?
I have trouble seeing.
You mentioned how supermassive black holes give off like bursts of like cones of energy off in two directions, and I was wondering if, by a definition, a black hole is so massive that even light can't escape its event horizon, then how did the energy get out?
Oh, that's an excellent question. So that energy is released further away from the event horizon of the black hole, and the actual launching mechanisms of relativistic jets is currently not known, but they're very strong magnetic fields, and they're relativistic electrons that are accelerated in magnetic fields, and they give rise to something called synchrotron emission. But you also actually have real bulk motion of gas that's being emitted at like 10,000 kilometers per second. So this is way past the scale of the event horizon. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question. How do I'm here. How do black holes create gravitational ripples?
Oh, excellent. So you can think about it as a warping in space-time. So as the black hole collides, the actual space-time is there's like a shear. There's actually a movement in space-time that propagates across the universe and is received on Earth. So this is not electromagnetic radiation, it's actually a ripple in space itself, space-time itself. Any other questions?
So can't we just use like Hawking radiation to track down these black holes? Because you have like Hawking radiation, it's emanating out of these black holes. Couldn't you find like track the Hawking radiation to find the source of it?
That's an excellent question. And Hawking radiation is actually not detected, but it's theoretically postulated, but it's not detected. Any other question?
Have we ever seen a black hole death?
Oh, that's a very good question, and actually that relates to Hawking radiation. Well, it's theorized that eventually black holes evaporate, actually through Hawking radiation, but we haven't observed that yet. Question? So what would the black hole do to... Oh, okay, that's an excellent question. So we don't completely understand the black hole itself. It is a singularity, and it does warp space-time, so you can think as any mass warps space-time. So, it's just an object that has mass that warps space-time. So, exactly as you put it. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah. That dog in the... What? Oh. Well, I have a third theory for how supermassive black holes are made. I think that maybe they're made when two smaller black holes combine. So doesn't that make a bigger black hole?
You mean the merging of two black holes?
Yeah.
Yeah, we think that merging plays a role in building black holes, but we don't think that's the main mechanism, because black holes have to get as massive as we think, 70 billion solar masses. Some of those are at very high redshift. So we think that there's some type of accretion that's happening, very rapid accretion, in addition to just merging of black holes. But essentially nobody really understands, unfortunately. So you guys have to figure it out. So I encourage all of you to think about a career in this field.
If a black hole has a singularity at the center, and that is the black hole, and that doesn't have any height, width, or length, because it's a mathematical point, how does it spin? They always talk about the spin of a black hole, but I don't understand that if it has no dimensional existence.
Yeah, actually that's even true of, like Peter brought up electrons. Electrons actually don't have a dimension. They're point particles, and they have a spin. So black holes actually are formed through matter, and they contain mass. And when mass is accreted, there's a loss of angular momentum, and the black hole spins up. In fact, spin is actually an important parameter that people are trying to measure, because it tells us something about the accretion history of the black hole and how it grew. So you can think of it as angular momentum, and the black hole formed through mass, right? And mass accreting contains angular momentum. Yeah. Question? One more question.
So I was wondering, do black holes' mass go along a spectrum or some kind of gradient? Or is there like a drop-off point and then they become supermassive black holes?
Oh, so can you repeat the question?
Do black holes, now it works. Do black holes' mass go along a gradient or some kind of spectrum like light? Or is there a drop-off point where they soon become classified as supermassive black holes?
Oh, you mean, is the mass continuous?
Yes.
Oh, very good question. Well, we don't know. In fact, that's a big mystery, because in our galaxy, for example, the typical black holes are, several times the mass of the sun. And I think the most massive is around 30 times the mass of the sun in our Milky Way. But after that, the black holes are the ones that LIGO detected, the most massive of which is around 140 times the mass of the sun. But after that, the next massive black hole is near 100,000 solar masses. And most of them are much more massive. And so we simply don't know. It's almost like you walk into a room and you see a bunch of babies and you see a bunch of old people, but you don't see the in-between. So that's what my research group is working on, is trying to find these intermediate mass black holes, because we think that that holds the clue into how supermassive black holes form. Oh, so I think I'm happy to take questions later.
Thank you. An amazing talk. Thank you. Our next speaker is going to speak about solar storms and space weather, which is currently something that is very important as we have another solar cycle. Professor Zhang is also professor in the Physics and Astronomy Department of George Mason University, and he works on solar physics, heliospheric physics, and space weather. He studies the physical mechanism that generates solar storms, for example, flares and coronal mass ejections. And he also studies the magnetic evolution of solar active regions and how the evolution leads to energy buildup, instability, and eruption. His research also addresses propagation and evolution of CMEs in the interplanetary space. He also puts effort into transforming these research activities into tools for predicting solar flares and Earth impact of CMEs. His work serves the practical purpose of making advanced space weather predictions that can mitigate adverse space weather effects on human space exploration, satellites, communication, and navigation. Please help me welcoming Dr. Zhang.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. Yes, Dr. Peter and Dr. Shabita talked about the stars, galaxies. I would like to bring your attention to close to the Earth, the near Earth space. So my topic, as you see, is solar storms and space weather. So next slide. So before I talk about the concepts of solar storm and space weather, I want to bring your attention to the two images showing over here. One is on the left, one is on the right. So as you can see, the image on the left is a hurricane, as you know. The image on the right is so-called coronal mass ejection. So they have a lot of similarities, right? First of all, they both are harmful. We know that hurricane could be extremely harmful and devastating to us humans. Same thing for CMEs. Both are energetic. They carry a large amount of concentrated mass and energy in them. Otherwise, they're in an ambient, quiet background. But once they form, they're extremely energetic. And also, both are long-lasting. As you know, once hurricane is formed, they can last for days and weeks. Same thing for CMEs. They can also be long-lasting. So this long-lasting called stability is contained by the vortex of the motion. So they both have vortex. That's why both of the features show the circular structure and also something just swirling inside of it. Of course, they're different. One is on the surface of the Earth, coming from the ocean. The other one is from the surface of the sun, coming from the sun. One on the left is called the weather or terrestrial weather. The one on the right side is called the space weather. So, what is the definition of space weather? Nope. All right. So what is space weather? Well, here's the formal definition as shown over here from a National Academy of Science publication published in year 1997. So you can say that year 1997 is the dawn of space weather research as a new scientific discipline. Even though scientists have been studying the space, the sun, and the Earth's environment for a long time, but space weather as a scientific discipline is pretty new. So as it says that space weather describes the condition in space that affect the Earth and the technological system. So our space weather is a consequence of the behavior of the sun, the nature of the Earth's magnetic field, and our location in the solar system. So clearly, the space weather the cause of space weather is the behavior of the sun. So as you know that, the cause of the hurricane is the behavior of the ocean. When part of the ocean is warmed up, causing the hurricane. The same thing for the space weather. It's a part of the sun has a concentration of strong magnetic field, then a coronal mass ejection can be formed over there. So the cause of space weather is the behavior of the sun is far away from the Earth. However, even the sun is far away from Earth, it's about 1 astronomical unit or 150 million kilometers away. They are connected. So that's, as you see on the top right side, the sun and the Earth are connected by flows. There are constant flows between the sun and the Earth, or from the sun to the Earth. Those flows are, of course, photons. Photons are benefiting to the Earth, is warming up the Earth. And also the flows of solar wind, it's called solar wind, is made of charged particles, electrons, protons, heliums, and also made of the magnetic field. So there's constant flow of photons, magnetic field from the sun to the Earth. So, but most of the times, this constant flow is called a background flow. The sky is sunny, or the space is sunny. Those are just quiet sun days. However, occasionally, when CMEs happen on the sun, then we have space storm. So it occurs when there's a coronal mass ejection, called a CME, erupted from the sun. So when the CME is aiming at the Earth, as shown in the animation over here, when they're aiming at the Earth, that is when they originated near the center of the disk, near the center of the sun's disk, it will hit the Earth. So when a CME hits the Earth, what happens? Well, there are a long list of chain reactions that will occur in the space, causing all kinds of the space storms, the particle storm, radiation belt storms, and ionospheric storms. They're all different names of storms. So what's happening exactly is that, as shown in the animation over here, in a nutshell, the magnetic field contained in the CME will reconnect, weaken, and annihilate the magnetic field from the Earth. The Earth's magnetic field is very beneficial. It's a shield of protection for us from the harmful space radiation. However, when CME carries the magnetic field, hits the Earth, what happens? The shield of the magnetic field from the Earth will be weakened. So once it's weakened, the energy from the space, from the solar wind or from the CMEs, will be dumped into the near space, affecting the space environment. So that's the fundamental cause of the space weather. Of course, there's one side effect of space weather is a beautiful thing. It's called aurora borealis, right? Everybody knows that. It's called northern light. The northern light is also a consequence of the space weather. It's when the particles streaming down, hitting the North Pole and South Pole, causing the lightning in space. But that's the good thing. However, let me see how to do the slide change. That's right. However, the other effects are not that fascinating. Even though the northern light is interesting, it's inspiring, the other effects could be harmful. So there are a lot of dramatic changes in space when a CME hits the Earth. Energetic particles are enhanced near the Earth. Electrical currents are enhanced. And the magnetic field are changing quickly in a global scale. So as you can see in the illustration over here, there are many effects. electronic instruments in satellites are affected by the energetic particles because they can penetrate the skin of spacecraft. The GPS signals can be seriously degraded because of the ionosphere is agitated. Satellite communication can be lost, and many other effects. Power grid, airline flight across the polar region, there are many things can be affected. As you know, that one most recent example of space weather is 2022, about 2 years ago. If you remember, 38 Starlink satellites launched by SpaceX, the Elon Musk SpaceX, were lost just within a day when they were launched. The loss of those 38 Starlink satellites was caused by just a minor storm on the sun. When that happened, is the Earth's atmosphere warmed up, and the atmosphere was rising up into the higher height, and the satellites, by coincidence, for some particular reason in the orbital dynamics, they're dragged down by the enhanced density of the atmosphere due to a mild storm in the space. Then they lost a bunch of them. So, as we know, the humans and also as a species, human civilization, we are rushing to the moon. In the next maybe decade, we will see a lot of activity on the moon by astronauts. However, the moon is so far away from the Earth, it's almost 330,000 kilometers away. So the moon is outside of the protection layer of the Earth's magnetic field. So it's subject to exposed to the solar wind. So if we want to conquer the moon, if we want to stay in the moon for a long time and colonize the moon, the space weather is essential. We have to be able to understand and predict the space weather for the people to stay on the moon. So that's why space weather become a very interesting topic for a lot of space agencies nowadays. So now I have introduced what is space weather, coming to the concept of the solar storms. Space weather is a consequence of a solar storm, of course. And a solar storm, what's solar storm? Well, solar storm is an impulsive release of stored energy in the sun's corona. And the quantity of stored energy is huge. There are two kinds of the space or solar storms. One is called a solar flare, showing on your left. The other one is called a coronal mass ejection, I said earlier, it's showing on your right. So on this image shows a solar flare. Solar flare appears as the flickering or the sudden brightening on the disk of the sun. And you can see that these images are taken within 24 hours or 1 day. There are many flares happening over there. There are concentration in the brightening over here. This is called the active region. The active region are having 5 million degrees of hot plasma over there. So underneath the active region is actually something called a sunspot. If the images are taken in the visible light, the white light, as your eyes are sensitive to, and it will be the sunspot. Sunspot is location of strong concentration of magnetic field. So when these magnetic fields are moving around, energy will be generated in the active region or in the sunspot. Then they become unstable, they release the solar flares. So solar flares produce the radiation storm and ionize the atmosphere of the Earth. But a more harmful thing is actually something happens on the right side. So these images are taken on the same day as solar flares within 24 hours. You can see there are a lot of things coming out from the sun. This is called coronal mass ejection. So, I have to go back. All right. So just a few words for the CME. So coronal mass ejection, they contain a large amount of plasma and the magnetic field. The structure moves very fast. The fastest one can move at the speed of 3,000 kilometers per second. So at such a speed, it takes less than 1 day to reach the Earth. But most of them move at a speed of about 500 kilometers per second. It takes 3 or 4 days to reaching the Earth. So that's the CME over here. Most of the CMEs will be moving in other directions on the backside, left or right, but a fraction of them, about 10% of them will aiming at the Earth, then hitting the Earth. So now the next question will be, what is the cost of the space storm? So let's look at this movie on the left side. So this, I guess, is a 4-minute movie from NASA about the sun. So those images are taken by Solar Dynamics Observatory, which is a powerful spacecraft launched into space in year 2010. It takes the image of the sun every 1 second. So you can take a look how dynamic the sun is. The corona is really hot. The plasma you see over here, called plasma, that's the charged gas on the surface of the sun, is about 1 million or 2 million degrees. So these are called magnetic loops. They are created by magnetic field. These are flickering over here. It's caused by the moving of the magnetic field on the surface of the sun. We have another eruption over here. This is called a prominence eruption or filament eruption. It's the near-sun counterpart of coronal mass ejection. So there is a coronal hole over here. The coronal hole is the source of fast solar wind. It's also a source of the northern light. Another eruption. So this happens all the time. This is called the ribbon of solar flare. When flare happens, the particles streaming down near the surface, then produces ribbons. It's a foot point of magnetic field. Again, this is a filament eruption. So all these are real images, not animation or simulation. So this is how the sun looks like in X-ray, in extreme ultraviolet light. All right, so this is a movie. I hope you have enjoyed it. Now, a few things just explain what's going on there. Of course, a lot of things going on there. We have been studying this for a long time. A lot of theories, ideas. Essentially, there are two things: the cost of the CME and the cost of the solar flare. The cost of the CME is, you can look at this one. This one is the magnetic field calculated by some kind of the magnetic models. So by observing the magnetic field on the photosphere of the sun, we are calculating the magnetic field in the corona. You can see that the magnetic field is highly twisted. It's just like the hurricane on the Earth. It's a twisting of the airflow. what's going on in the sun is a twisting of the magnetic field. So this magnetic field is energetic. Why? Because it creates electrical current within it. So when the twisting is getting higher and higher, the electric currents are getting stronger and stronger, to the point that it becomes unstable, then erupt, then shooting into the space and become a CME. So that is the fundamental cause of the CME. I think this is probably the most energetic thing in our solar system. It's like the engine of the car. So this is the engine of the CME, engine of the space weather. Is caused by this thing over here. Well, what is the cause of the solar flare? Solar flare is caused by so-called magnetic reconnection. What happens is that you have the magnetic field, they're anti-parallel to each other, they're pushed together by external force. What happens to magnetic field when they're pushed together by the external force? They're going to annihilate, reconnect. When magnetic field annihilate, reconnect, it will release energy because the magnetic field is energy itself, by itself. So when that happens, a huge amount of the magnetic energy is released, then producing the heating, plasma heating, particle acceleration. So that is the cause of solar flare. I think this is my last slide. So as you can see that we are doing a lot of things about the space weather. Currently, there are 27 operational satellites by NASA studying the space, the Earth environment, and the sun. And most of them are orbiting the Earth. However, many of them have left the Earth. They're moving in space between the sun and the Earth. For example, the stereo spacecraft have moved to the backside of the sun. The Parker Solar Probe, maybe some of you have heard about it. The Parker Solar Probe has touched the sun. It was getting extremely close to the sun within 10 times of the radius of the sun. So it touched the corona already. The Solar Orbiter mission launched in, I guess, 4 years ago. And it will rise up and move higher to the higher orbit, try to see the polar region of the sun. So you can see there's a lot of investigation going, investment to study the space weather. And also I'm happy to say that the George Mason has become a powerhouse for studying space weather. And we have 4 tenure faculty here to study space weather. And also we have more than 20 scientists working, but hired by GME, but they're working at Goddard, NASA Goddard, and Naval Research Lab, and some of them in National Solar Observatory. They're studying the sun and the space weather. And one most recent example is this one, called Decayed Solar Telescope. So this is a ground-based, it's not from space. So this is located in Hawaii. It's a 4-meter telescope. It's the most powerful telescope we have ever built for studying the sun. Even the sun is 150 million kilometers away. But this telescope can resolve the surface of the sun for every kilometer. So now we can be able to see much more details. So we have students working on this project. So hopefully, in the coming decade, we are going to learn more about the sun, and then eventually we'll be able to predict space weather and protect astronauts and protect our space technology. That's it. Thank you. So I'm happy to take some questions. Yes? The solar flare, yes, what? The question, does solar flare affect animal behavior? No. This is the, most of the solar flare CMEs, they're affecting the space environment. They do not penetrate to the surface of the Earth. I don't think they're going to affect the animal behavior. The reason our Earth is benefited from multiple layers of prediction. The first layer of prediction is the atmosphere. The second layer of prediction is the magnetosphere. So we are very protected by these layers. But if you go to space, they're going to affect your behavior in space. Yes?
How is solar weather on Earth impacted by solar eclipses?
Solar eclipse, will not affect the space weather at all. Well, the solar eclipse does affect space weather to some extent when the sun is blocked. And the daily changes of our temperature in the upper atmosphere will change. So some scientists are measuring one particular thing about space weather. It's called ionosphere. And that is a layer between the neutral atmosphere and the space. All the communication, the radio waves go through that layer will be affected. So that's one effect of it, of the solar eclipse. But other than that moment, the solar eclipse only lasts for 1 hour or 2 hours. So the effect is very limited, I think. But the most important one, still a big quantum mass ejection comes from the sun. That's the most severe space weather.
What are the odds of another Carrington event occurring? And what are we doing to mitigate its effects?
Well, that's a good question. In one of my slides, it showed that there are a lot of studies on the Carrington event that happened in 1959. It is almost 170 years ago. That is the dawn of solar flare study, because that's the first time human beings see a solar flare from the sun. And that's well before the space age. Back then, I guess some of you know the story. Back then, what was the most advanced technology? The telegraph. What happened with the telegraph? Yeah, they were operating without power, and also communication between cross-continental communication was lost, actually, sometimes. So if that happens, it will affect all the technology we know today. It will affect the internet, affect the power grid will be down, and a large number of satellites will be affected, maybe destroyed. So that will be a really catastrophic event. Trillions of dollars will be lost. So we are hoping this thing won't happen, but we cannot tell the sun what to do. So that's why we have to study them. And what is the cause of a strong storm? There's one happening this May, right? This May, the May 10th of this year, that event is far away from Carrington magnitude, but it still is the largest one in the last 30 years. So if one thing like a Carrington event happened once every 200 or 100 years happens, I don't think we are prepared for that. Okay. So that is a real threat to our activity, economy, and the technology. That's what I want to say about it. Maybe just one more. Okay, maybe I hand time to you.
No more questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I hope you have your passports ready for going to Mars. Our next speaker is Professor Erdal Yeget. He is with our department, Physics and Astronomy, and he is going to tell us about exploring Mars in the 21st century. Professor Yeget received his PhD from the University College London, UK in 2009 in physics. In March 2009, he moved to the US to work at the University of Michigan's Atmospheric, Oceanic, and Space Sciences Laboratory as a postdoctoral researcher. In 2012, he moved to California for a postdoctoral position at US Berkeley's Space Sciences Laboratory, where he has later been promoted to an assistant research physicist position that he kept till August 2013. In September 2013, he joined George Mason University's Department of Physics and Astronomy as a tenure-track faculty member. He was granted tenure in 2018. His research interests cover topics from atmospheric space and planetary sciences, in particular global modeling of and internal wave effects in planetary atmospheres, such as Earth and Mars. He is the developer of the first whole atmosphere gravity wave parametrization suitable for general circulation models of planetary atmospheres. And he is the recipient of the 2016 Seldovich Medal, jointly presented by COSPAR and the Russian Academy of Sciences, for his significant contributions to the study of coupling between the lower and the upper atmospheres on Earth and Mars by gravity waves. So he is the sole author of the Springer's two-volume monograph series on atmospheric and space series, one on natural atmospheres and the second on ionospheres and plasma environments. He lives in Fairfax, Virginia, and he is our next speaker, so please welcome Dr. Yege. So if you want to go to Mars, he is the right person to ask where to live on Mars. It should be on.
Yep. Can you hear me? Yeah. Fantastic.
Forward, thank you.
Yep. So, well, welcome to our journey to Mars, and thank you very much for staying around. I am assuming you are all Mars enthusiasts, at least space science enthusiasts, so I will try my best not to disappoint you and keep you excited till late today. So as the title says, we would like to explore Mars. What does that mean? This is what we're going to look at today, together. Okay, so maybe just before that. So what you see here is on the left-hand side, our blue planet, and on the right-hand side, our red planet. I'm saying our red planet, because it's just a matter of time that humanity is going to be stepping on the surface of Mars, just like we did a number of decades ago. Just as a comparison, there are many similarities between these two planets. Maybe they may not be obvious to you. There are also very stark differences between these two planets. For example, Earth is the third planet from the Sun. Mars is the fourth planet. Earth is a relatively warm planet. Mars is a very cold planet. Earth is a wet planet. Mars is a very dry planet. It's very desert-like. It's extremely dusty on Mars, extremely dusty. Just like the pictures that you have seen before from the interstellar medium, the interstellar dust. Well, welcome to Mars. It's all about dust. We have to understand dust so that we can understand, we have to understand the physics of dust, chemistry of dust, so that we can understand actually climate and weather of Mars. Earth has a very thick atmosphere. We are really lucky here, honestly speaking. Very lucky species. The red planet has a very thin atmosphere, at least 100 times thinner than on the surface of Earth. Both planets have similar axial tilt. As you know, the way a planet is tilted decides on the way seasons are experienced on that given planet. We said Mars is very cold. Think about the polar regions of Earth. As you know, the polar regions are very icy on Earth. Temperatures are very low. Hey, on Mars, it's even colder, less than minus 60 degrees Celsius or minus 80 Fahrenheit. Which is an average temperature, average surface temperature. Of course, this temperature oscillates around this temperature, around this minus 60, but it doesn't really get any way above the room temperature on Mars. So you have to be you have to have very good isolation, very good clothes if you would like to live on Mars. Another interesting similarity is that we have 24 hours in one day, right? We also have 24 hours on Mars. This provides many practical advantages when we are analyzing data, doing research, because the time scales are similar. One Earth year is 365 days. On Mars, we have more than 600 days, 687 days. Because One Martian day is slightly longer than one Earth day. This 687 days corresponds to about 668 Martian days. Martian days are called Martian sols. So if you read papers, if you read newspapers, if you read press releases and you see the word sol, don't be surprised. It just means a Martian day. All right, so let's go to history, because without understanding history, we cannot understand, without understanding history of the solar system, the planets, we cannot understand our future. Humanity, human civilizations, they have been always fascinated by Mars. It has a historical context because human species has a tendency to establish symbols, try to explain their problems, their challenges using various symbols. They also used stars, planets, various images on the sky in order to associate their culture and their problems with these kind of symbols. And one of them is the symbol of war. And Mars has been associated with the god of war by different civilizations, like by Babylonians, Greeks, and the Romans. And they use different types of names for the god of war. It's not a very nice association, but it's a historical fact. So Babylonians called Mars Nergal, Greeks called it Ares, and the word Mars comes from the Romans, actually. You all will remember Galileo Galilei, the Italian astronomer, mathematician, scientist, historically very famous, not just because of his conflict with the Catholic Church, and not just because he challenged the authoritarian system at that time, but because he was also a brilliant discoverer, inventor. He actually performed the first telescopic observation of Mars. Galileo Galilei, he didn't perform any specific sketches of Mars. As you know, astronomers, astrophysicists, when they perform observations, they also would like to draw historically. So several hundred years ago, because we didn't have sophisticated software, what we did is we took a pen and a paper and we started drawing. For example, that's what Francesco Fontana in Europe has done in the 17th century. That's what you see here at the bottom. Supposedly this is Mars, and I presume this is one of the two satellites of Mars. Phobos and Deimos, as you know, Mars has two satellites, Earth has one. And what is it called? The moon, right? So Mars has two, but they're very tiny, tiny satellites. Okay. So this is a map of Mars more than 100 years ago. So we still had an idea about Mars because we had these observations, simple drawings, and scientists at that time were very curious. They were not lazy people. There was no television, no iPhone, no digital world. You were in your room with a candlelight, probably, and thinking about life, death, and universe, and family, survival. So very simple things. And this is one of the first maps of Mars. You see all these different structures illustrated in detail by, and this should be Schiaparelli, another European scientist, astronomer. But guess what? Times have changed, fortunately, in the good way. Now this is the most current knowledge of the Martian surface. This is an observation by a satellite, actually by an instrument built by an instrument that is carried by a satellite, because satellites are actually multi-platform, multi-instrument platforms, to be accurate. So you may have multiple instruments on a given satellite, and one of this is the MOLA instrument on, I believe, this Mars Global Surveyor mission, yes. what you can see is the variation of the surface in altitude. So on the top left, you have the Olympus Mons illustrated. And that is a volcanic mountain, so to speak, several hundred kilometers or miles in width, and more than 25 kilometers height, altitude, above a given surface on Mars. And on the right bottom, the blue big dot, if you wish, that's a crater, huge crater, called the Hellas Planitia. So on the one hand, you have the 25-kilometer tall, high volcano. On the other hand, you have the 8-kilometer deep, huge crater. So in summary, Mars' surface is full of contrasts, which you cannot even imagine by looking at Earth. There is no water, no ocean, no lakes, no pools on the surface of Mars, but there are these amazing topographical features. We call them topography or orography. And these types of surface features create interesting physics, by the way, what we scientists like studying. And then comparison. In 100 years, we have made great progress. Humanity has made. And imagine another 100 years. Well, in another 100 years, we're going to come to that. We will be walking, running, playing baseball, golf, whatever you want on the surface of Mars, 100%. There's no way around it. Just by sheer historical projection, that's what's going to happen. Okay, so I'm an atmospheric scientist, as well as a planetary scientist. I would like to unify different strengths of the different fields, and one of them is this specific case. We would like to understand planets. We would like to understand planetary climate, planetary weather, so we have to understand the atmosphere, because that's the air that we breathe, on Earth at least. This is what we know as the atmosphere. On Mars, the atmosphere is much thinner, we have just said, more than 100 times. The pressure is very low, so you cannot just land on the Mars and just walk around without any protection. So you would need some aid to be able to walk around Mars because of the lack of oxygen and also lack of air in general. Mars, so I'm not going to say much about Earth because you know Earth's atmosphere is full of oxygen, 20%. It's not a huge number, but it's a very significant number. Earth is a very special planet within the solar system because there is no other planet in the solar system that has so much oxygen in such a thick atmosphere. Mars, on the other hand, has got 95% carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide on Earth has a very negative connotation, right? Because of global warming, this is one of the contexts that we hear carbon dioxide. It's actually not a bad gas for planets, for the history of planets, because a certain amount of carbon dioxide is needed to reach a stable temperature, a warm temperature, or at least for a planet to be habitable in the way we define habitable, because the word habitability is defined with respect to the needs of the human species. You may have in other galaxies and other worlds other types of species, creatures, and their definition of habitability could be completely different. So I just wanted to remind you of that. But 95% carbon dioxide, a few percent of other chemical species like argon and nitrogen. So it's a very different type of world in terms of its atmosphere, atmospheric chemistry. Let's jump from the atmosphere to the surface, because explorers will be concerned not only by the atmosphere and its chemistry, composition, we will be concerned about its surface. What kind of challenges are we going to have on the surface of Mars? Is it flat? Is it full of rocks? Can we operate machines? How easy or how much can a rover travel per day, per hour on the surface of Mars without any problem? So there are technological questions. Therefore, we have to characterize surface features. We are again lucky, our decade is lucky, because there have been multiple rovers on the surface of Mars. exploring the surface, taking small biopsies, doing operations on those biopsies, measuring the details of those chemical distributions, performing a chemical characteristics. So geologists have a very good idea of the surface of Mars. Surface of Mars is full of rocks, dust, rocks, small stones. Altogether, we call them regolith, Martian regolith. So overall, it's a very rough surface. Yeah, and so those two pictures were obviously from two rovers, Perseverance and Curiosity, which United States of America is very proud of having these explorations by these rovers. And of course, these are fantastic NASA missions, and we are lucky to have these opportunities to be able to study these details. All right, so we talked about the surface, we talked about the atmosphere, and I would like to, and just previously you have heard of storms. The word storm has got many meanings. Depending on the context, you may be dealing with meteorological storms like hurricanes. You may be dealing with space weather storms like solar flares. Actually, they are solar storms, as has been nicely explained to us. Solar storms, CMEs, so these are storms. That means they are explosive events, if you wish. Explosive events. Something big is happening. What is that something big? That's energy. Energy is being released from one place and transmitted to another place. Okay? So you can guess scientists are excited about energy and energy releases and explosions. That's how the atomic bomb came about too, right? The history of the atomic bomb. It's all about energy. So on the left-hand side, you have a quiet Mars, meaning surface features can be identified, the atmosphere looks clean, yeah, so that you can see the surface. The word clean, that's what it means. And on the right-hand side, or in the middle maybe, this one is the dusty Mars, meaning that's about a few weeks after the onset of a global dust storm on Mars. Yes, dust storms are global. On Earth, dust storms are regional. You go to Northern Africa, right? It's going to be maybe a region of a few hundred kilometers could be affected. We are talking about few thousands of kilometers on Mars, or actually the entire planet, because nothing is visible during a global dust storm. That's the reason why scientists have called these types of storms, dust storms, planet encircling dust storms. Planet encircling dust storms. That's how it is said in the literature, and it has many technological implications, because if you have a satellite flying through the atmosphere on Mars, collecting data, looking at the planet, and then you have such a dust storm, not only can the satellite see the surface and observe the atmosphere, it may not be able to survive. If you have a major dust storm, it could be quite dangerous. Yeah, by the way, this thing is called a dust devil. Again, a spectacular definition of a twister type of thing on the surface, and it happens in an isolated way, but it can also happen in a collection of them. So simultaneously, multiple dust devils can occur on the surface of Mars. So you don't want to be around this thing when, if you have an astronaut landing on the surface. Dangerous stuff. Right. So I would like to just wrap up with the atmosphere. Give you an idea. The composition of the atmospheres of Earth and Mars are very different, we said it, but the structures are similar. So on Earth, on our Earth, we have troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and thermosphere, right? The different layers of the atmosphere. On Mars, we do not have a stratosphere, because the stratosphere requires the presence of ozone. You're also familiar with ozone because of historical reasons, and in the media it's been talked about so much. Ozone has an important role in Earth's atmosphere. It actually absorbs a certain portion of the solar spectrum, which we call the EUV. If you lose the ozone Schicht, ozone layer, ozone Schicht is the word for in German, then we have a problem on the surface. We're not protected by these energetic rays. On Mars, there is no stratosphere, there is no protection, no ozone. Big problem for survival on the surface. So what I wanted to illustrate here is just a small piece of science to get you a little bit more excited of what we are doing. Essentially, Martian weather is very rough, very rapidly changing. Many types of waves are produced on the surface of the planet. These waves, we call them atmospheric waves or atmospheric gravity waves, they can propagate upward, carry energy and momentum from one layer to another layer in the upper atmosphere. So they produce many different kinds of effects. We have to understand these types of effects, not only for the operational, for the survival of satellites surveying the Martian atmosphere, but also for fundamental science. We would like to know how things work in the Martian atmosphere, how waves influence the atmospheric circulation, temperature, density, right? How they influence carbon dioxide cloud formation. On Earth, we have water ice clouds. When you look up the sky, you see clouds, they are going to be most probably water vapor, out of water vapor. By the way, on Mars, we have water vapor clouds, so water clouds, water ice clouds. We also have carbon dioxide ice clouds at 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers high above the surface. These high altitude clouds are amazing features, honestly amazing, because I always scratch my mind and asking myself, how are they formed in detail? Do we understand the chemistry of it, the dynamics of it? All these interconnections are essentially problems for us, food for thought for scientists, and material for proposals, essentially. So we were one of the first groups in the United States and actually in the world to discover high altitude gravity wave signatures in the Martian upper atmosphere, upper layers of the atmosphere. And that was quite fascinating because these waves can disturb the atmosphere by up to 200%, basically twice more than the background. And that's incredible. If you have a spacecraft flying through the atmosphere of upper atmosphere of Mars and you have 200% density perturbation, how are you going to deal with that? You must be able to predict those density perturbation before your mission so that your instrument can actually, keep the track and survive. So this part is pure science. These are numerical simulations by a Mars global model. It's a climate model like we have on Earth. We have climate models. That's the reason we can predict the weather and then find out what's going to happen in 30 minutes. On Mars, we are developing the first climate models. They are not at the prediction level yet, but believe me, we are going to come to that point very soon, in several years probably. The speed of development is very, very high on Martian modeling, and models and data, they have to be working together. They have to be merged to understand Mars better. Finally, this is, again, just a humble piece of our science in our department, what we do. So one fundamental question is, what happened to Mars? What happened to water on Mars? Is anybody not curious about this question here in the audience? If you don't care about water on Mars, raise your hand. You're all curious, at least except one person. We are curious because this is how we are. We want to know. Water is so obvious to us. We take it for granted. Just look what humanity is collectively doing to our beautiful planet in a negative way, unfortunately. So we care about water on Mars because that is intimately related to potential life. Where there is water, there could be life. And we would like to know whether there are other types of living species anywhere. We don't care, anywhere. So that's a code in our mind, in our brain. We would like to know. It's like a human mission. So here, just a piece of science. Again, you have weather at the bottom of the atmosphere, and these convection waves, dust storms, they influence the temperature and circulation, the motion of the air higher up. And this motion of air, upward motion of air, can move water vapor from lower to higher altitudes. And at higher altitudes, water vapor, which is composed of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, right, can be dissociated, can be broken into its parts, and hydrogen is very light. It's the smallest element in the universe, smallest. It can be transported away from the atmosphere. So hydrogen can escape into space. If that happens, then you have lost water reservoir. So we call this an irreversible loss, irreversible escape of water constituents. So over a very long time, millions of years in the Martian history, because of meteorology, because of dust storms, waves, and convection, Mars could have lost a lot of water into space. And that water is not coming back. So in this type of contribution, we have been able to provide a small step towards solving the puzzle of water on Mars. Yeah, so this is a recent popular science article exploring Mars' harsh atmosphere, which appeared in Physics Today. So it's written for the broader audience. I encourage you to have a look at it and give me your feedback. So finally, another question, not only water, you are asking yourself, are we going to live on Mars? Yes, scientists can give nowadays more specific information, or at least they can make more specific predictions when and how we would be able to do that. And there's a team of people who are working in this type of subject. And I can tell you, there are many challenges. The length of the journey, this safety issue, and some of these issues you have heard. You heard the talk about the International Space Station, how difficult it is to survive just above the few hundred above the surface of the Earth, just few hundreds above the surface. Think about 50 million kilometers away from Earth. There's a problem, there is no way you can just bring help tomorrow morning. You're done. You're on the surface of Mars, you're on your own. So, journey is difficult, the length of time, there are psychological problems. If you're on a journey to Mars, it's not just a 100-day journey or something like that. It's a very long journey. Anything can happen on the way. Things can take more time. There could be deviations from your orbit, from your trajectory to Mars. So there's going to be a lot of psychological problems. You just keeping a positive attitude is one of the biggest problems in these types of things. Physiological problems, I don't need to mention. ISS is a good example. The human body is not prepared for such things. And finally, energy. Yeah, we need to find the energy to survive on the surface. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. Yeah.
Are there any questions? No. Well, I have a question to the audience. With everything you have heard now about Mars, let's say I have a ticket to Mars in my pocket. Would you like to go? Yes? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, hopefully it will come true.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
If you have questions, you can find me later.
Thank you. Now, don't leave, because we still have the panel and the Raffle drawing. But before that, we have a very interesting group coming to the stage now. They are responsible for the genesis of George Mason's Space Day, because they were the ones who sent me an email in 2022 and asked if they could present to our faculty. But it was the end of the semester, so we had no time, right? But they didn't give up. They were very persistent. And then 2 weeks later, they asked me again. And I said, well, maybe we can do something fall, or maybe late summer. And then I said, maybe we can do a space day. And that's how it came into being. So now here they are, our Keynote rocketry team from TJ High School. Please come to the stage. They will introduce themselves and they will give us an update on their rocket that they actually want to launch into space.
Thank you, Dr. Bell, for the introduction. And we are Keynote Rocketry, and we will be presenting on high school liquid-fueled rocketry. So first, what is Keynote Rocketry? We're a group of high schoolers that are working to build the first high school liquid-fueled rocket, and we're working on sending it to the edge of space. At the same time, we want to create opportunities that introduce our community and the next generation to the aerospace industry. So here is our group of members that we'll be presenting today, and here is our whole group, which is about 30 members. Our group is divided into two major divisions. We have the technical division, which works on all of our technical projects, and we have a non-technical operations division that helps us run our entire organization. We couldn't have done any part of this project without all of our sponsors, so I wanted to thank them. And we'll go and dive straight into a short technical overview of our project. So this is our first rocket. It's called Callisto 1, and this is the first rocket that we will be launching. The goal of this rocket is simply to launch a liquid-fueled rocket. As I mentioned before, this has not been done by any high school team before, and it has been done by only very few college teams as well. So this is a huge challenge. The rocket will go up a little over 1 kilometer, and it will be powered by our AFLEX 1D engine, which is our 4th iteration of our engine. As I mentioned before, liquid-fueled rocketry is much more difficult than the other type of rocketry, which is solid-fueled rocketry, that you see a lot of high school groups do. Liquid-fueled rocketry requires an entire plumbing system. It requires you to control the propellants. It requires a special rocket engine to be able to burn liquid propellant. So for those reasons, it's much more difficult than solid-fueled rocketry. This is a short animation of what our rocket will look like. And here is an overall diagram of our whole rocket. So starting from the top of our rocket, we have our nose cone avionics bay. Inside the avionics bay is our electronics system. So that is the responsibility of our electronics sub-team. Then in the middle, we have the nitrous oxide tanks and the ethanol tanks. Those are our propellant tanks. And at the bottom, we have the engine. Those are the responsibility of the propulsion sub-team. And finally, the entire airframe, that is the responsibility of the structure sub-team. So we will go ahead and talk a bit more in detail about all those sub-teams.
Hello, my name is Jamin, and I'm a member of the propulsion sub-team at Project Keynote. And today I'll be going a bit more into the propulsion aspect of our rocket. Here we have a contour of our engine. So the propellants are pumped into the injector, shown here on the left, where they're mixed and burned within the chamber. This produces a hot gas, which is then accelerated out through the nozzle, producing thrust. On this slide, we have a couple of the key parameters of our propulsion system. We utilize a blowdown pressurization system, and we have a tank pressure of 300 psi. For our fuel, we use ethanol, whereas for our oxidizer, we use nitrous oxide. The fuel is basically what burns, whereas the oxidizer is what supplies the oxygen to help the fuel burn. With this system, we have an oxidizer to fuel ratio of 1.8, along with having a projected maximum thrust of 2.6 kilonewtons. As for our targets, we aim to reach an altitude of 1.6 kilometers for our first rocket, and we also have the target set of having a chamber pressure of 200 psi, along with a chamber temperature of 1,600 Kelvin. We have also calculated our burn duration to be 4.1 seconds, and for our total mass flow rate to be at 1.6 kilograms per second. Here we have a couple pictures of our injector. The function of the injector is to take the fuel and the oxidizer from the feed system, break it apart into tiny droplets, and make sure that the propellants are pumped into the chamber in such an orientation that they mix properly before combustion. We utilize a like-on-like doublet injector, meaning that the fuel first impinges on fuel, while the oxidizer first impinges on oxidizer. We have our fuel orifices located on the outer perimeter of our injector in order to create a barrier of fuel on the outside of the main combustion. This is done as a cooling mechanism, otherwise known as film cooling. Here on the left, we have a CAD of our thrust chamber, and on the right, we have a thermal analysis done on our engine. As you can see, the combustion chamber stays relatively cool, but as you approach the throat of the nozzle, it gets hotter and hotter. Here we have a couple images of the previous iterations of our engine all manufactured. And on this slide, we have two videos showing how our injector works. As you can see, the streams impinge at a short distance from the surface of the injector. In an actual engine, this would be within the combustion chamber.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashil Kukreja, and I'm on the Structures and Manufacturing team for Keynote Rocketry. I'll now be going over our test stand, which is a portable, easy-to-access system that allows us to lay out all of our plumbing in one place. The test stand is divided into two major components: the ground stand, pictured on the left, and the flight stand, shown on the right. The ground stand remains on the ground during the entire duration of the rocket's flight, and it is what is used to pressurize the entire system, as well as house the electronics. The flight stand, on the other hand, actually travels with the rocket during its flight and contains two flight tanks, a smaller ethanol flight tank and a larger nitrous flight tank. Here are some images of our ground and flight test stands. Here on the left is our older version of our integrated test ground and flight stands. This version was not as streamlined as our newer, more modernized version, which is shown on the right. This right here is our piping and instrumentation diagram, or our PNID. On the left is the flight stand components, and on the right is the ground stand components. The top portion shows the ethanol portion, and the bottom, the nitrous. On the very right is a K bottle containing N2 nitrogen gas. These arrows indicate the flow of the propellants throughout the entire system. And these arrows show the remote vents, the manual vents, and the pressure relief valves, which all serve as safety mechanisms to help control the pressure. This is an image of our cold flow. This is the exact same system, but in a 3D version. On the left, again, is our flight stand, and on our right is our ground stand. We perform cold flows on a regular basis to ensure that everything is performing just as expected. In our cold flow, rather than fueling the system with our actual propellants, we use distilled water to maximize safety. These arrows, again, show the movement of the propellants, and these ones show our relief valves and our vents. So this is a video of an actual cold flow in progress. At the bottom is a much larger version of what's happening, and at the top left, you can see a zoomed-in version of what's actually happening within the cold flow.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kritagya Kaka, and I am the structural engineering lead here at Keynote Rocketry. Okay, structures, you've already heard about us, but what exactly do we do? You know that we build a test stand, that's true. We fabricate, put together, and manufacture the engine that propulsion designs, that's true as well. But if you were to phrase it in one sentence, I would say, the structural engineering team at KLS Rocketry is here to make sure nothing breaks. Here is a good, very brief and simple overview of our rocket body. So at the very left, we have the nose cone, okay? So the nose cone, like for every rocket, is there to make sure the rocket is aerodynamic. But in our nose cone, we also have the recovery system, the recovery avionics, which is completely separate from the actual avionics system, along with the parachute, is all rolled up inside the nose cone. Right after the nose cone, we have the avionics bay. This is where the avionics that control all the valves are located. After that, we have the ethanol and nitrous tank for our fuel and oxidizer. And at the very right, we just have the engine, which is bolted onto the rocket body. Here is a good overview of how fins work in rockets. For us, we've decided to go with a tapered swept design, which is shown in that small diagram towards the right. We chose to have 3 fins to make sure we want to minimize drag, increase speed, even though it lowers our stability. For our purposes, we decided it was best. And the fins will be made with a 1/8 inch aluminum fairing. Plate with fairings. Okay, so our recovery system
So just as important as our rocket itself is the recovery system that's used to ensure that the rocket lands safely and securely. And so to do this, we have designed a single deploy, single separation recovery system as shown in the diagram here. After apogee, a 14-foot circular round parachute will deploy using a black powder charge. Now this dimension of 14 feet wasn't something that was chosen arbitrarily. Rather, it was chosen to ensure that our landing velocity is safe enough that none of the components in the rocket get damaged and the rocket lands smoothly. And that ensures that our maximum impact velocity is under our target of 7.3 meters per second. Additionally, we have also acquired a shipping container to conduct future cold flow and hot fire tests. This enables us to perform these tests much more safely and securely, and is something that professional rocketry enthusiasts across the world have been doing. This is a video of a recovery test to ensure that our recovery system will perform just as we have designed it to be. While this is on the ground, the system will perform just like this when it's actually deployed in the air. And this is the cold flow of our engine, something which will again occur within our shipping container now that we have acquired it.
Hello everyone, my name is Naved Nandakumar and I'm on the avionics and software team. So the avionics team is kind of split into two parts. We have the electronics team and we have the software team. And avionics is kind of like the bridge between hardware and software in the sense that the microcontroller with the software is kind of like the brain of the test stand and rocket, and it uses the electronics to actually control the physical rocket. And on the electronic side, we custom make our own electronics. We use an online platform called KeyCAD in order to design our electronics, and then we print it out and then we solder on the components. As you can see in some of the images here, these are some electronic components that we've made and designed ourselves. So what exactly does the electronic system do? Well, one major focus is the actuation of valves remotely, because we can't have someone standing near the test stand and opening the valves as they're heavily pressurized and it's very dangerous for someone to stand next to it, and safety is a big priority for us. So instead, we have a PCB where we use switches to open and close the valves, and we can do this remotely. And another thing that we focus on is reading data. So on the rocket itself, we'll have a PCB which will house sensors, and we'll be able to read and communicate with the data, and software will be able to display the data so we can see what's happening in real time. And another interesting thing, which I find really fascinating, is auto-sequencing, which is where the valves are open and closed in periodic intervals, and we can't have someone doing it again because that's very dangerous, and we can't do it with just this PCB as it's very hard to time those intervals perfectly. So we send in a signal which will actually open and close the valves in this periodic times. And finally, the final thing we focus on is recovery system, as mentioned earlier, for the proper release of the parachute so that we can land safely. So where exactly are these electronics going to be placed? The ground PCB is going to be on the ground, and it's going to be close to the rocket, but not exactly on it. The rocket PCB, however, is the one that's on the rocket that houses the sensors, that houses communication, and is how we're going to be communicating and relaying information back and forth. And then finally, the launch box PCB is going to be with us, the crew, on the ground, and it's going to be far away from the rocket, and it's how we're, again, controlling the valves. And we'll get more into these three PCBs on the next slide.
Hello, my name is Elijah Gizon-Dowdy, and I'm the avionics lead on Kalis. The launch box PCB, as you mentioned, was meant for actuating valves, and essentially we have a set of switches on each side and two Ethernet cables, which are able to communicate long distance with the rocket PCB. Every single switch sends an individual signal for that individual valve to open through a component called a MOSFET. And the ground electronics, that's the thing that's receiving the signal and has the MOSFETs I mentioned. So MOSFETs are electrical switches. When they receive a signal, they turn on a path that allows a higher power to flow and turn on that valve. So the best way to do it is to have no code, since that can be unreliable, and it's much better to just implement it with hardware. And then with Rocket PCB, as mentioned, that collects sensor data. So we're collecting we're using load cells to collect force. We're using these things called pressure transducers to measure pressure all around the rocket. We're using several thermocouples in order to measure temperature. So we're really collecting a lot of data, and we're relaying that over radio to our system.
Now moving on to the operations department. My name is Arushi Bomidi, and I'm the vice president of operations.
And my name is Yusra Wahidi, and I'm the events lead. Alongside our technical goals, the operations department aims to reach and educate the community in terms of STEM. Additionally, we host and attend events and camps and present at conferences such as the AIAA.
We've had the ability to reach thousands of people through our STEM outreach events, and some of which we've also attended, such as Techstravaganza at TJHSST, Astronomy Festival in the National Mall, and even STEAmology fairs around the area, and many more to come. We want to help students of all ages get more interested in the realms of science and technology through learning experiences and hands-on activities.
Our event outreach aims to not only fundraise, but also show our work in rocketry. Additionally, we hope to set a good example for the younger generation and hope to show them that anything is possible if they put their creativity and mind to it. We are also working on bringing a tutoring system at Kalis, which could help students of all ages in a variety of different STEM topics, such as chemistry, computer science, and math.
So through all of our initiatives on the outreach team, we've been able to reach so many people and meet so many incredible people along the way. We've been delighted to be able to share our passion and interest for rocketry as a team. We're really excited to grow our team and really just grow our operations and technical teams alongside. We thank you all for your time, and we would like to take any questions at this time.
Yes? Do you feel the need for any guidance on the rocket? Yeah, so part of the stuff that we've been doing is kind of reaching out to both people who have been in the industry, have actually worked with liquid fuel rockets. We've also reached out to people at NASA and university teams, and so we're just trying to get as much guidance as possible. And we also welcome any additional feedback that anyone would have related to our rocket as well. I was thinking of guiding the rocket to keep it from sharing. Sorry, yeah.
I can answer that. Okay, so I think someone's already talked to us about the prospect of having a gimbal engine, which is basically an engine that kind of rotates around, but that's actually illegal. So the only real method of keeping our trajectory intact is making sure that the nose cone is as aerodynamic as possible, like I mentioned, but also the fins are there just to do their purpose. In terms of actual stability, I guess that's what we have, and that's what we have to work with.
How long did it take you to build the rocket?
Like we mentioned, the process of actually physically building a rocket is very difficult and takes a lot of time. And usually rocketry teams like us, we have to test our system first and make sure that is working well. And we've made definitely multiple iterations of our system, and we are still in the testing process, but we are we're projected to finish very soon. And after we do our hot fire or static fire testing sometime this winter, we're hoping. And if that goes smoothly, we have a few more months to build a rocket, and hopefully we can launch it sometime next summer.
So I have a question. What were some major setbacks that prevented you from actually doing an ignition test?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So ignition test, for those who aren't familiar, is where we actually run the real propellant through the engine, but bolt it down to the ground when we fire it so that it doesn't actually go up. So this allows us to test our engine on the ground in a more safe manner. And ignition tests are basically the ultimate test of the engine before launch. And ignition tests are really difficult to do because at that point you basically have a completely working engine if the test goes well. The test can also be dangerous because when you're working with real propellants, there's always a chance your engine could explode, and that's why we need to have safety measures in place like the shipping container. So really it's just the difficulty of getting to that point, getting our technology to that level of readiness and that level of safety for the ignition test.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Kayla's rocketry team, and Tracy has some gifts for you. All right, so what is going to happen next is we are going to have a panel discussion, and two students of the Kayla's rocketry team are going to ask the question on how do you become a space expert. So they are going to interview the astronaut, our NASA engineer, Dr. Plavchan, and Dr. Bakovic, who is from the engineering department of the Folgener School of Engineering. So our panel will start in a minute. They are just bringing up the chairs, and then I hope you get all your answers to how to become a space expert. So that is especially for young people in the audience who are aiming for a space career. like to introduce to you Arushi Bomidi and Ellen Su from Kalos Rocketry, and they are going to interview our 4 experts.
This one works.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending George Mason University Space Day today, and welcome to the Space Expert Panel discussion that will conclude our speaker series for the event. In this panel, you will hear from 4 leading space experts about their experiences and their advice for you in response to our guiding question, how do you become a space expert? While all audiences will find this panel insightful, it is specifically directed towards students and younger students aspiring to become a space expert in the future. Our panel is also moderated by high school students from Kalos Rocketry. We are seniors at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology and members of the Space Day Organizing Committee. As you may have seen in our preceding presentation, Kalos Rocketry is a nonprofit organization building the first high school group liquid-fueled rocket. My name is Arushi Bomidi, and I am the Vice President of Operations for Kalos Rocketry.
And my name is Alan Zhu, and I'm the President of Kalos Rocketry. As students interested in pursuing a career in space and astronomy research and engineering ourselves, we are excited and grateful to be moderating this exciting panel discussion. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you our esteemed panelists for today. The first of our panelists is Dr. Kjell Lindgren, who was selected in 2009 as a NASA astronaut and has spent 311 days in space, most recently spending 170 days on board the International Space Station as commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. Dr. Lindgren also served in NASA as a flight surgeon and currently serves as the Deputy Director of the Flight Operations Directorate. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lindgren to our panel. Also joining us today from NASA is Dr. Oleg Gusha, an aerospace research engineer at NASA Langley Research Center. Dr. Gusha is part of a team responsible for analyzing the aerodynamics of NASA's Space Launch System, the vehicle used in the Artemis moon exploration program. Prior to joining NASA, Dr. Gusha taught as an assistant professor in the mechanical engineering department at Manhattan College. Please welcome Dr. Gusha. And to round out our panel, we have 2 faculty members of George Mason University joining us today. First of our faculty members is Dr. Peter Plavchan, Associate Professor of Physics and Astronomy and Executive Director of George Mason Observatories. Dr. Plavchan's research focuses on exoplanets orbiting low-mass stars. He is the principal investigator of the NASA Landal mission, which will send an artificial star satellite into orbit around Earth to enable star brightness calibration. Please welcome Dr. Plavchan to our panel. And last but not least, we have Dr. Peter Patrowitz, Associate Professor in the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department. Dr. Patrowitz's research includes CubeSats, satellite communications, and resilient satellite bus engineering. He is responsible for SATCOM ground stations, including a 9.1-meter satellite dish, as well as the ECE CubeSat Engineering Lab. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Patrowitz. Thank you all very much for being here today to share your expertise on our panel. And we'll get started with our first question.
So to begin our panel, I want to ask about how you guys got started on your path to your career. Many of our audience members are young students who are really searching for career paths of their own. So to that end, what sparked your interest and passion for space?
How should we start? Okay.
Yes, anyone can start.
So in my case, I was pretty simple. I was inclined into engineering from maybe 2 years old when I got the hammer in my hand. So that was the first step. But gradually, I surrounded myself in elementary school and then high school with people which were really curious and wanted to do something. So that was the step that led me into engineering, but I also wanted to study medicine, so I had no idea what to do, but chose engineering. So later on in space, well, this is a fascinating area, so naturally you are wondering what you want to do. And from engineering perspective, this is a huge challenge. So that actually drove me into space.
So we are used to looking horizontally, and we see a Starbucks, we see a car drive by, and we're used to that. But then when you walk out, especially at night on a clear night, and you look up, we probably don't realize that we're looking at infinity, and there's planets and galaxies and nebulas, and they're very beautiful. And you can see them actually with an elementary telescope. So for the longest time, I was looking horizontally at the Starbucks and the cars driving by. And then in New York, I was living in New York City, where it's sometimes difficult to see the moon because of the light pollution. I just started being curious, and I started wondering if I can see the stars. So it wasn't until I moved to a darker location that, I took an elementary telescope, looked up, and I saw beautiful features, space features, with my own eyes. And that really sparked my interest in space.
So I think I shared earlier that I've wanted to be an astronaut for as long as I can remember. But even at a young age, I recognized that the chances of that actually happening were fairly slim. And as I grew older, I recognized that I needed to do something that I was passionate about, that challenged me, an opportunity to serve the community, but also that something that as I kept my eye on that larger goal of becoming an astronaut, a career, if becoming an astronaut didn't work out, a career that I would be satisfied and challenged and happy to do for the rest of my career. And so that alternately changed from becoming a pilot for the Air Force to becoming a physician, and just grateful that path ultimately, I was able to weave that path that landed me in this opportunity to serve as an astronaut. But for me, searching out things that I was interested in and curious about and passionate about and had a talent for, that's how I narrowed in on the career path that I followed, because it's in those places, at least in my mind, it's in those places where we have an interest and a passion that you are naturally going to pursue those things and study those things and get better. And in the astronaut office, we have the privilege of selecting people from the very tops of all of those domains. And so I'm grateful that the path that I chose, first flying and then medicine, gave me the opportunity to ultimately serve NASA as a physician and then as a crew member on a space mission.
So I have three reasons. One, I've just been inexorably drawn to the night sky. I've been discouraged from pursuing astronomy my entire childhood, but I still found myself pursuing those opportunities. Number two, I bought a telescope when I was in high school. I was working as a telemarketer at the time. That's probably a good clue that that's what I wanted to do with my life. And I'll tell you, the media, to some extent. I remember when I was 10, I was taking coat hangers and trying to build a model for a flying car that would use liquid helium. So it's just been just that combined with a passion for math had led me on my path.
Thank you all for sharing those really incredible interests. Those are some truly inspiring stories. So continuing along the same lines, my next question for you is, how can younger generations who are passionate about these areas actually get involved with space or astronomy research and set themselves up for a career in these fields?
Well, I took the homework really probably too seriously because I knew I would be interviewed by you guys. So, and knew that there would be much younger audience. And I thought about, how about if I give you 10 top points, okay, how to get into space and probably beyond. So let me go through very fast. First, define 2-3 areas within space that you would be really interested in. Don't stick to one because you never know how you evolve. So could be astronomy, could be satellites, could be something else. Feed your brain, okay, with reading, seriously. And something really popular science is really great because it stimulates what you may think. And follow visionaries, because these people are so interesting, okay, and when you study them a little bit more, that actually you start to follow them and you become visionary probably in the future. Surround yourself with positive people that you can discuss, think, okay, and actually create a club that you already have. So, build your own lab at home, the same story, yeah? Get your hands dirty, okay? You experience, you learn. Learn through mistakes, because you have to learn how to get out of them and also proceed further. So keep thinking. You know what you have to do? You have to stress this gadget. This is the most important part of your body. If it's relaxed, nothing comes out. If you stress it, sure, you will find it out. What else? So, attend expos, conferences, seminars, other clubs. Just be involved. And of course, don't stress too much. And finally, when you are at my age, share your experience.
So my answer, I think, is number 2 on your list. You gotta feed your curiosity. You have to knock on the doors and wonder what's behind that door. So for me, I was actually a relatively okay, maybe poor student up until I knocked on the door of a wind tunnel lab at my university, and they asked me, do you want to come in? Do you want to do some research? And that's what led to me being a wind tunnel engineer now for NASA. So you have to knock on those doors and you have to feed your curiosity. For some of you, it means taking classes, going to school, going to grad school. For others, that may not be the path. Maybe you're better out at working in the garage on the project, but you're still feeding your curiosity and using your brain to your maximum capacity.
I think mine is number 3 on your list. It is, so maybe not. Read. Reading feeds the brain. Find things that you're passionate about and read. And if you have to get on YouTube, then look at stuff about that. If you're learning about black holes or nebula or space radiation on YouTube, then look at those things. Learn about that, but then go back to reading. So reading is so powerful. It exercises your brain. The number 2 thing is find a club or a group or other people that have the same interest, and explore opportunities to do internships or research with teams like that. And if it doesn't exist, then create it. And then number 3 is read. So read, read, read.
Well, I'm going to keep it brief. One of the first words that many children learn after mama and dada is moon. If you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes they'll point at that thing they see in the sky. And we naturally have curiosity, and it's been mentioned several times. So hang on to that and follow that curiosity where it leads you. Along those lines, something practical is learn how to code. That's my major piece of advice to people in middle school and high school. Either you're a tool user or a tool creator. And I'll just modify that a little bit over the past year, which is learn how to be a prompt engineer. There's some really cool stuff you could do today with large language models and AI.
These are some great responses. I just wanted to share. I remember myself, like years ago, just sitting down and like watching live streams of rover landings or rocket launches as a little kid. And I think that just shows how there's so much creativity that comes with finding what you're really interested in. So thank you for sharing all of that. So my next question is, what topics or areas do you all think that the current generation of aspiring researchers and engineers should really pursue in their careers? Is there any big problems or issues that you're thinking of in today's society?
So I look at satellites, payloads of an engineering perspective, and the field evolved humongously, and it will change, I think, completely within 20 years. So in the past, mechanical engineering was the key cornerstone of the space systems. But you can imagine that today, actually, software is #1 problem in space. And software is getting so incredibly complicated, and software actually has additional function. Detect problems and fix problems on a spacecraft. So they are different. It's not only software, but it's computing. Of course, software has to run on, but all the other subsystems that you have to integrate all together. Spacecrafts today actually are getting very complicated because we want to achieve more and more. So I would say don't stick to one area. Look at more than one area, because then you actually are more flexible. You understand how to cooperate with other engineers, other scientists. That would be my recommendation.
So NASA mission states that we're going to advance the science and technology and stewardship of Earth. So I think we're going to advance the technology. I think humans are going to go and travel through deep space, so beyond the International Space Station. We're going to go to the moon and beyond. But we have to do that while still living here. So we have to take care of our Earth. So up above us, we will be furthering how far we can travel. But on Earth, we have to make sure that we take care of it.
I agree with all of that. It is incredibly important that we're taking care of this spaceship. So when you're on the space station, you realize that if the space station breaks, your crew is at risk. And when we look back at the Earth, it is completely surrounded by the black void of space. It is the only thing in our view and in our local experience that can sustain life. And you really it becomes very evident that we need to do a good job, a better job of being stewards of this incredible resource that we have to live in and upon. It is humanity's spaceship. If you are interested in human spaceflight, the challenges that lie ahead for us to effectively build a sustainable presence on the moon and then ultimately to go to Mars, there are a couple of challenges that I think about that are going to require the energy and effort of really the next generation of scientists and researchers that are in the room here today. And that is figuring out how to survive the radiation environment as we go to Mars and return. And then kind of the major solution for that issue is new propulsion, new ways of moving spacecraft through space. And so we have relied on chemical propulsion for the longest time, and we really need a next step in order to be able to make that trip to Mars and beyond much quicker. So I would challenge all of the young students in the audience, or even the older students in the audience, to dive into those areas that can help us take care of the Earth and move deeper into the solar system.
Well, I've already mentioned AI, and there's a saying that the world's best chess player has never seen a chessboard, and that's a question of access. If you think about it, right? There's someone that may be an amazing chess player, but they never have the opportunity to use a chessboard or even know what it is. And likewise, when it comes to thinking about the future and what excites me, I'm just going to say we're the wrong people to ask that question, and it's the young people in the audience, probably thinking of things that we've never thought before that will change our future.
Thank you so much for all those responses. I hope that we, as the next generation, are able to live up to your high expectations for what to accomplish in the future. Lastly, for our closing question, I want to ask about what is the best piece of advice you've ever gotten, or the best piece of advice you have to share to younger students that are interested in these fields?
That's the tough question. I think the best advice that I can give you is surround yourself with people like you that are interested to move forward, and they are very positive. They want to discuss openly. I had a very good friend in elementary school who became one of the top researchers at Kern Nuclear Physics Center in Geneva, in Switzerland. And occasionally I meet with him. He actually brought me to a number of interesting topics, actually to physics, which I was anyway interested in. But I would say surround yourself with the right people.
Now, the younger generation may not appreciate what I'm about to say, but listen to your parents. They do indeed care about you and do wish you the best. So you can listen to them. Now, what you're going to do with that advice is your own choice, but you have to listen to your parents, and I'm sure they have some wonderful advice for you.
So I swear we did not coordinate this beforehand. But the best advice that I got was really from my mom. And really, it was both my parents. And that was my parents created an environment for me and were my biggest cheerleaders. And I remember very clearly my mom specifically, though, saying, you can do whatever it is that you want to do. You can do it. You just have to work hard. And so I think that's true to a major extent. And the way that I guess I would qualify that is, for something like this incredible job that I get to do, hard work buys the lottery ticket, and then there's a lot of luck and timing and context that needs to happen in order for something like this to happen, the opportunity to become an astronaut, and I'm grateful for it. But there's no way that I would have gotten here without the hard work. You don't get there without the lottery ticket, and the hard work buys that lottery ticket. And the amazing thing is that through that hard work, through the creation of opportunities in that hard work, you are exposed and have opportunities to things that you never even imagined. And so I'll share with you that the last time that we were selecting astronauts, I was on that panel. And I remember very clearly that we sent an invitation to an individual to come and interview for the astronaut job. And that individual had worked so hard and created so many opportunities for themselves that another opportunity had popped up, and they declined the invitation to come and interview. And I thought that was amazing, because they had invested in themselves. They invested that hard work. And even though this is something that they desperately wanted to do, here was another opportunity that they had not even thought about, but that hard work had created that opportunity. So hard work opens doors, creates opportunities, and buys the ticket for making that dream come true.
I'll be a little humorous. The best piece of advice I ever got in terms of leading me down my career path was don't. Because I was just stubborn enough to prove them wrong and have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. So in some sense, having that led to the motivation, some of the motivation and the passion to see through some challenging times of hard work, as mentioned by the others.
Thank you all so much for these insightful pieces of advice and for being on our expert panel tonight. Dr. Lindgren, Dr. Gusha, Dr. Plavchan, Dr. Pachowitz, we greatly appreciate your time tonight and your participation in this enlightening panel discussion. And with that, we will conclude our panel and our speaker series for Space Day 2024. Thank you.
The panel still has one task. Each panelist has to draw a ticket. We do 3 rounds. We have 12 prizes. If they draw a number, they are going to read it to you. If you have the coupon, then please come to the stage and we will give you the prize. If they draw a number that there's nobody in the room with that number, then they will just draw another number until somebody gets a prize. And you read it.
So please pay attention. 31792-049. Last 3 digits 049.
You have your coupons? No?
Another one?
Yeah, until you find someone who wants the prize.
Should I read the last 3 digits?
Yeah.
Last 3 digits, 120. Anybody? 120, last 3 digits?
Keep going, keep going.
Oh, you have it? On the first?
No, that's not the right
No,
one.
Keep going.
120.
Okay.
You will have more luck.
Next, keep going.
She's right.
I'll take all the ones that don't go.
Okay.
Thank you. Keep rolling.
Last 3 digits, 546. 546.
Keep going. If they don't yell, we're next.
Okay.
Here's your blue ticket.
338. 338.
I think we are going to be stuck with our prices.
I will take different colors. That's right.
We have 12 of these to give away?
I take Dr. Plavchan's recommendation. Be stubborn. 122. Blue ticket. Blue ticket.
Blue
122. White ticket. Oh, that's a long number. 344. 739. White ticket. Anybody? 344.
Just keep going.
739.
We'll just take whoever's got them.
So keep in mind, we have 12 prizes. We have lighter ones that we can carry easily.
Red ticket 065. 065.
Gabrielle,
Yeah.
have each person pick a ticket. And
Okay.
just start saying
Yep.
numbers. We have plenty of prizes. We can.
341.
We got one. We have a winner.
All right, last 3 numbers, 425.
Keep going.
261. Come on up, 261.
Next.
497. 497.
419.
138.
126.
Don't go too fast, okay?
138.
Go 702.
Oh, come on up if you're 702.
526.
Say what color ticket?
White ticket 702. Yeah, we got a winner.
702.
Red ticket 526.
It's a red one.
You have to say the color of the ticket and the number.
Red 526.
526.
526. You can go to Mars now.
419. Is there a 419?
419.
What color ticket?
419, yes.
419. You got it. Thanks.
White 691.
Red 193.
Is that you?
White ticket 344 683. 683. White ticket.
Keep going.
Red ticket 436.
Red ticket 038.
White ticket 783.
I'm out of
I
tickets.
see someone coming.
There's somebody coming.
Good job. 038, red.
That's correct. You're welcome.
Red 170. 170.
All right, blue 103.
So it's a moon lamp that we have here.
Yeah, this is a cool moon lamp. I would want to win this one.
White 778.
Blue 015.
Red 295. Red 295.
Okay, white 730. Sorry.
Red 071.
Got a winner, yay. Looks like two maybe, yeah?
Red 479.
White 730.
Yeah.
Yep. We got it.
Blue 053.
This one's fun too.
A starlight projector.
Dr. Bell, how many prizes are we down to? We don't want to oversell it here. We don't want to call too many winners.
Yeah,
How many prizes we have left?
one,
Hang on.
two.
We have
There are
one
two
more
prizes.
big prize.
Yeah.
The last one, the grand prize. No pressure.
All right, I'll call this one.
Hang on just a minute. Wait, don't.
Not yet?
Let's say what it is first.
Okay.
Come on, Rob. The head of our observatory is going to personally help whoever wins this learn how to use it. Alright? Dr. Parks is going to help you use it. What is it, Dr. Parks?
So yes, you went a night with me as well. I like long walks on the beach. This is a 6-inch Newtonian telescope. What that means is that once you take this off, point it at the sky, light comes in, hits a mirror at the bottom, comes up, hits a smaller mirror up here, and then you can use various numbers of eyepieces to look at it. It's called a Newtonian because Sir Isaac Newton was the one who invented it. This is our equatorial mount. And so that is what I will be talking with you about. Essentially, this allows for the telescope to move in two directions and also has coordinates. So you can look up your favorite object using these coordinates, and if it's properly set up, it'll go right to it. So
before we do this, I have two things. One favor, can you do a drum roll for me? Okay. My second favor is I need you to stop for a minute because I need you to clap for Dr. Bell. She coordinates this whole day. And she is our prize. But, all right, back to the drum roll. Who wants to win this?
Thank you, everybody.
All right, I'm going to call a number because I got one. And I'll read the whole number just for fun. Red 31792. Then the last three are 228. All right, need another one.
Should I read it? Okay, do we have one? No. Okay, so red ticket 119.
No, you can.
So I think what's best is... Christina Wentz? Yes, I know that. Oh, I know her very well. Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Apparently this is for Christina Wentz. Is Christina out there?
Okay, so we have observatory.
Well, we'll get it to
Yes.
her. So,
Talk about all the.
Hey, y'all hand it off to Rob. Rob, can you tell the audience what they can do for the rest of tonight? Is there some special kind of tour they can take?
yes, so we have, our observatory should still be open. And at this point, we're done with the tours. So if you want to go out and go to our observatory, we have a couple of our telescopes set up. And and I believe Saturn is looking pretty good. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. See you next year.
Are you local? Yeah.